Welcome to the Full Stack Bank Application website tutorial. If you think websites are difficult to build and you are tired of watching several tutorial videos just to be able to build a full stack website, then you've come to the right video. Let's create a powerful and fully responsive web app with cutting-edge features. Throughout this video, you will become an expert in the world of building full stack applications. Our journey begins with the HTML and CSS side of things. We'll then move over to the backend features, setting up our database, our server, and implementing everything to make this a full stack application. Over the course of these videos, we'll work with programming languages, tools, and technologies such as HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, JavaScript, Python, Flask, and MySQL. Everything would be implemented from beginner to advanced concepts in such a way that you are guaranteed to enjoy this project. This is a full stack bank application website, and this is how the final version of what we will be building will look like. Here you can see the beautiful home page with the sliding photos in the home page. This website also has support for both light mode and dark mode, so you can change to any one of your choice. Also, this website supports various devices. It is responsive on various devices, which means you can use your phone or your tablet to access this website. But talking about functionalities, you can see the Start Banking tab, very bold there. If we click on the Start Banking tab, it will take us to a page where we can either log in or register. Now I'm going to click the register here, and we are going to register and see how functional this full stack bank application works live. So here we are going to register. Full name, I'm going to call bank tutorial. We are going to put our email address, banktutorial@tut.com. We are going to put our password and our confirmed password. And once we are done with all of that, we can simply go down and hit the create account. Once we hit the create account button, we'll be taken to our dashboard, and you can see we have registration successful. Welcome to our banking application. Once you register, you get a 50,000 naira straight bonus, and you can see it there, your current balance 50,000 naira. Now you can perform various functionalities here, like to deposit money, recharge, transaction history, transfer money. So let's check the deposit money functionality first of all. To be able to deposit money, you have to first copy your account number or your card number. Then you have to paste it in the form that says your card number. Then you would input the amount you want to deposit. So here we are going to deposit 100,000, and you can see immediately we get a 150,000 naira as our current balance. You can also recharge other functionalities by pasting your mobile number and then the amount you want to recharge. So as long as you have that amount, you are going to be able to recharge. Here we say want to purchase airtime of 10,000 naira, and we have a discount of 1,000 naira. And you can see our current balance reflects what we've done. We also have the transaction history, and you can see the transaction history covers everything we've done with our account so far. We have the debit airtime purchase, you can see the amount, you can see the account number, and all of that. You can also contact support, so you can click on the contact support and you'll be able to contact the support. Next, you can transfer money from one account to the other. You know how transfer works. We need the account name or the card name and the recipient's card number or the account number. And so to be able to transfer money, we would actually have to go to a second account. So I'm going to open another tab now and go to a second account. I'm going to log into that account and transfer money from this our account to the second account. So here, let's log in. We have the email address, we have the password, we hit login. And once we log in, we'll be taken straight to our dashboard. And from our dashboard, we can now get our card number and our card name, or our account number and our account name. So I'm going to copy the card number. You can see it's there in our Visa card. Words represent our ATM card. You can see it. So I'm going to copy the card number. I'm also going to copy the card name from our Visa card. And then I'm going to come to our accounts, because that's exactly what I want to do. Transfer money from one account to the next. So in our accounts now, I'm going to paste the card name that I just copied. I'm going to paste the card name that I just copied. And I'm also going to paste the card number that I also just copied. So recipient's card name and card number. And then the last thing is to write the amount I want to transfer. Here, I'm going to say, let's transfer 50,000 to this user. We hit the Pay Now button, and just like that, we've transferred about 50,000. You can see we have this beautiful feature that says download receipts. So you can download the receipts. You can also choose to skip and go back home. Now, if we download the receipts, you can actually open these receipts on your system. All you have to do is just open it, and it will open as a PDF file. So you can send the receipt to the user and be like, hey, I've sent your money. So you can see the amount, you can see the card number, you can see the sender, the recipient, all the details we need to build this application and to send real receipts there. Now, after doing that transfer, you can see that our balance has actually reduced. And if we check our transaction history, we can see that we have a debit alert. You can see the exact time, you can see the amounts, and you can see the accounts we did the transfer to. This is how functional this full stack application is. Not only that, if the user will send the money to refresh his screen, you will see that the current balance will change, and now it says 100,000. Which means if the user goes to his transaction history, you will see a credit alert there. And you can see the account number the money came from, you can see the amounts, you can see the transaction dates. All these beautiful features is what we'll be implementing. We'll also implement our check exchange rates, and you surely want to stick around to see it. If you're as excited as I am to build this full stack application with all these features and functionalities, then let's get started. To get started with the building of these full stack bank application websites, we're actually going to need to install two applications. The first one is going to be VS Code. Now, this VS Code is where we are going to be writing all our codes. It's called a text editor or an IDE. And the second application we would need to install is actually Python. This is because we'll be using Python for our backend programming. So if you don't have these things, no worries at all, because we're about to install them. So all you have to do is just come here to your browser and search for VS Code download. Hit enter, and that's all, you're set. So you can see VS Code here. You can see it from the official website. Download VS Code for Mac, Linux, Windows. So if you're using Mac, hit the download here. If you're using Windows, hit the download here. And if you're using Linux, check if any of these can actually suit your need. So I'm using Windows. I'm going to hit download here. I'm taken to the download page, and the download is already on. So it's on, the download is in progress currently. And once it's downloaded, I'm going to then install it. So the next thing we want to do is to click on this folder icon or go to your downloads page, and it's going to open up for us. So here is my VS Code download page. Right. Next thing we want to do is just to open. So you want to double click or right click and then press open. It's going to download. You're going to see the next set of information, and all you have to do is just hit enter throughout. That's it. VS Code is now on your system. So confirm that your VS Code has downloaded successfully. You want to click on the search button here and then type VS Code. So if you type VS Code, you should see here it says Visual Studio Code. The full name is Visual Studio Code. We're abbreviating it to VS Code. Hit enter and you have your VS Code app opened up. So once you open VS Code, you should see a welcome page like this, and perfect. The second thing we want to install is the Python application. So to install Python on our system, it's actually going to be slightly different from how we installed VS Code. To install Python, you want to open your Windows search bar here, and you want to check for Microsoft Store. So Microsoft Store is where we would be going to install Python, especially if you're using Windows. If you're using Mac, you could search for Python on Chrome or Safari or whatever browser you're using. But if you're using Windows, just come here and search for Microsoft Store. We can come here in the search bar and search for Python. Click on Python here in the search bar of the Microsoft Store. Remember, this is not Chrome if you're using Windows. And then you could look for a Python version. Currently, I have Python 3.11 installed. You can see it here, it says installed. You have Python version 3.12, you have 3.10. I would prefer you install either 3.11 or 3.12. So, assuming you want to install 3.12, you just click on it. So you just click this get button, and once you click this get button, you're going to see that the Python application is going to start downloading. So once this is downloaded completely, you want to go ahead, restart your system, and then come back to this tutorial, because that would be all for your prerequisites, and then you're all set to begin your coding journey. To build this full stack bank application website, we would be needing a lot of HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, JavaScript files to be able to create pages such as the home page, about page, and different kind of pages in our website. Now, to ensure that this video does not bore you and overload you with a lot of information, we've decided that some of these pages, we should create them beforehand and just hand them over to you, so that we can focus on very important things like the functionality of this full stack banking application website. Doesn't that sound like a good idea? Well, all you have to do to get these pages is just to follow along with the next step I'm about to show you. So all you have to do to follow along and build this full stack event registration website is, first of all, to come to this link I have just clicked now. This link is attached in the description of this video below and has also been put in the comment section. So this is our GitHub link where we can get the templates files, right? So you can see it, bank application website template files. And here, once you come here, you can simply download this GitHub repository, and then we can have this GitHub repository right on our systems and work with these files. So to download this GitHub repository, all you have to do is click on this green code button. Just click on this green code button and click on the download zip here. So green code button and click on download zip. Once you do that, your download should start immediately. And you can see our download here. It's currently downloading. Once this download is done, then we can unzip this file and start working with these templates and start building our full stack bank application website. All right, our download is done as of this time. So I can right click to show in folder, and it's just going to open up for me here. And here we go. In my downloads folder, you can see the bank application website templates files. All we have to do next is to unzip it. So right click and click on extract all. If you're on Windows 10, just extract files or extract to bank application templates. So anyone you choose is going to extract it into a folder that we can now work with. And we'll be building our full stack bank application website in this folder where we've gotten our templates files. So we have to wait for it to finish extracting.
A few moments later.
Now that it's done extracting, we can just click inside of it, and you can see the folder we're looking for, the bank application website. We have this app folder, we have the my env, we have some files like config, run.py, and then requirements.txt. I'll be explaining what all of these things do in a moment. But the next step you can take is to right click once you are inside this folder. Click on this empty white space here and just right click. And then click on open in terminal. So we want to open this folder we've downloaded in our terminal. Here it has opened in terminal. Well, if you're on a Windows 10 device and you don't see open in terminal, just click on git bash here. Git bash here. So once you use git bash, this is also fantastic for us. So our terminal, by default, I'm using a git bash terminal. So whether you click on open in terminal or git bash here, you're going to get to the same terminal if you're also using a git bash terminal. Okay, the next thing we want to do is to list out what we have. We've listed out what we have, so type ls, you can see everything we have here. And next we have my virtual environment that has been created for us. So we want to go ahead and activate this virtual environment. So we can come here and say source my env. So next up, we want to go ahead and activate this virtual environment that has been created for us. To activate the virtual environment, we can simply use this command here, source my-env/script activate. Please be careful of the spacing of the capital letters and everything. So this is it here, the command we would be using. And once we hit enter, you can see we have this small bracket opened and it says my-env. This is actually a sign that our virtual environment has been activated. So I can clear my screen. To clear your screen, just type clear and your screen will get cleared. So once you can see this my-env here, your virtual environment has been activated and we can continue to rule now. Okay, the next code we want to do is to list out what we have again. So we have this requirement.txt file, and what you can do with this requirement.txt file is to actually try to run this file or to install the things that are inside this requirement.txt file. We can use this command here that says pip install space -arrow and then requirements.txt, just like this. So pip install -arrow requirements.txt and then press enter. This would help us download everything in our requirements.txt file. For now, the only requirements we are downloading is to install Flask. So in this project, we are going to be using Flask. You can see Flask here has been installed, Flask version 3.0.0. So we'll be using Flask. Flask is a popular Python framework used to build and develop web applications. So we would be making use of Flask to build our full stack bank application website. As we install other things, we would update our requirements.txt too, so that others, if they decide to, download your project and run it, can also do so. After installing this, we can come here now and open up our VS Code. So to do that, just type code space and dots here, then press enter. So code is space and dots. Once you do that, it's going to open up this project for you in VS Code, and that's exactly what we've seen here. So this is our project in VS Code. Now let's take a brief look at some of the files that we have. We have this run.py, and this run.py file is responsible for our application running on this terminal here. So we'll come back and we'll see how the run.py file helps our application run, but that's what this run.py file is responsible for doing. Then we have our requirement.txt. Our requirement.txt had flags and all of these dependencies that came alongside with flags. So when we hit pip install requirement.txt, we also get all of these things that came alongside with Flask. Then we have our config.py, which we set debug equal to true. Well, this helps us to be able to debug our code without having to restart our application every time. I'll explain more of that later on. If you look at the app folder, you would see that we have various things like routes, and inside routes we have root and user. If I close route and open static, we also have root and user. And if I close static and open template, we also have root and user. So what exactly is going on here? First of all, without opening any of these three files, you can see that we have another file, the __init__.py. Let us open this file, and in this file you can see some very simple code. The first one is that from Flask, we want to import Flask. So this Flask module that we are using to build this project, we are calling it here, says please import Flask. Now, next we are importing our config.py file. So from config.py, we want to import config. That's the next thing we have there in our line 2. And line 2 helps us to set our app to have the class of config, which we imported from our config.py. In our line 6, we have this one that says app equal to Flask __name. So let's just simply say this helps our project to be seen as an application. So our project's name is set to app, and this app, which is supposed to be a variable, is now going to help us run our entire project. So anytime we need to import anything from our project, we can just say from app import something, because our project's name now is like we're setting it to app. Next up, we have this one that says from app.routes.routes import star. Well, this star means import all. So we are just simply saying from app.routes.routes and then from app.routes.user, we want to import all. These are basically configuration files that can help us to run our code. So where did we get the app.routes.routes from? If you come here to this routes folder, you can see another folder called routes. Now, if you open this routes, you would see some files that we've already created for you, like the services.py, register.py, login.py, index.py, contacts.py, about.py, and then we have this __init.py. So what exactly are all of these files? They are different routes. As we would see once we run our code, you can go to any of these routes. On the website, you call them pages. So like the about page, the contact page. So from our end, we are calling them routes. So different routes is what we've created here to work with. We have our about routes, contacts routes, login routes, register routes, index routes. So what we are saying in our __init.py is that we should import all of those routes to the app so that once we run our application, all those routes would be carried along. All those routes, our application is going to see them, and then we can use them. So that's exactly why we have this. So everywhere we would be having pages, we would call them routes. Now we have these routes, we call this first one routes, and then we have the next one that's called user. So here's how we're going to build our application. We're going to have the page where everybody can come. You just open the landing page, the about page, the contact page. We would have all those fine pages. However, apart from those pages, we would also need to have pages for the user, each individual user. Pages where the user can go ahead and perform his banking duties, where the user can add cash, can do transfer, can buy recharge cards. So those pages for the user is what we know here as user. So if we click on this user drop down, we can see that we have the dashboard.py. That's because each user is going to have his own dashboard. Each user is going to have a page where he can deposit. Each user is going to have a page where he can check for exchange rates of his currency, maybe the naira versus the dollar. Each user is going to have a page where he can buy recharge card or something. So the pages, the routes for the users is different from the routes for the general public. Now, I hope you understand why we are both importing the routes from routes and routes from user. Then we have our static. Our static is where we have all of those CSS and images and all of that. So we have the static folder, and then we have some stylings for the routes, that is the general pages, and we also have some stylings that are dedicated for the user pages. That's exactly what we have in static. Now, for each of those pages they have their HTML files, and that's bring us to this one here known as templates. So our template contains the HTML files for everything. For example, the home page, the about page, the contacts page, and these are all HTML files. Instead of going about writing these lengthy lines of code, we've just decided to do it and make it very, very easy for you. So you can look at this HTML page. It has about 284 lines of code. Rather than we writing this and wasting all the time in the world, we've done this for you. You can see the contacts page. It also has its own lines of code. You can see the register page. It has its own lines of code. So these are the pages for the routes. Or when you open the website, the first pages that you would see. And then we have dedicated pages for the users. For example, a page where the user can see his payments. A page where the user can see his transaction history. A page where the user can deposit money or add cash. So all of this is what we know as the templates. All right, that's a general and detailed explanation of these projects that we just downloaded from GitHub and that we've just started to work with. Now, this is where it gets really exciting. Just by downloading these projects and running our pip install requirement.txt, we can go ahead and check this project out on our web. So what we have to do here is just to come here and hit Python run.py. Recall that earlier I had told you that the run.py would help us to run our code. And now, once we hit Python run.py, if everything we've done from the downloading and the installation was successful, you should have a result on your browser. First of all, we are serving Flask application app. So the name of our app is app. And then we have the link here. So you can copy this link or you can control click on it. So you can copy it or you can control click to open this link on your browser. Or you can simply come here to your browser and just type 127 and all of this. Now let's hit enter. The link we have, and here we go. We have the B-Wave Bank application already loaded. So this is our first page or the landing page or the route, and you can see how beautiful this looks like without you having to do any of this coding because it will take us so much time. We've put this in a template for you. Now, if you click on the about, you can see it routes to the about site. So if you look up here, you look at the link, you can see the routes there. It goes to about. If we click on services, you can see it's route to services. And if you click on contacts, you can see it's routing to contacts. If you click on start banking, you can see it's routing to login. So all of those routes we created for you, you can see where they lead us to right now. And these are the routes. That is, anybody can come here. All the users can come here and see all of this. What of the user? dedicated pages that are meant for only registered users? Well, the first one we have is the dashboard. Because we are yet to implement it, anybody can go right now and look at what we have. So, for example, the dashboard, you can just hit dashboard like this, and this would be how our dashboard will look like. So you can see the user's ATM card, for example. The user is going to have a card number, card name, current balance is going to display. So this is the user's dashboard. From here, the user can transfer money. So if we click on here, we go to the transfer routes. Of course, we've not implemented it. The user can deposit money. We go to the deposit route. The user can recharge. We go to the recharge route. And would be implementing this in such a fantastic way that for every airtime the user gets from our app, the user is going to have a 10% discount. All right, so we can have the transaction history. The user can see all of the transactions that have taken place. And then the user can check exchange rates. The user can also contact support. So all of these fine features is what we'll be building, but we don't have to worry about ourselves about the HTML part or the CSS part, because at Build with ICT, we've made it very easy for you. That's what we do. We make learning tech very, very easy. All right, now that we have our routes, it's time for us to start implementing this fantastic Build bank application. No, this fantastic full stack bank application website. And where do we start from? Since we have all of these beautiful, we can start from implementing registering users and logging in users, so that only registered and logged in users can access the dashboard. We don't want anybody to come here and just access the dashboard, only registered and logged in users. So let's go ahead and implement that. Hi everyone, welcome back. It's time for us to go ahead and implement our user registration functionality. We already have all the beautiful files and templates and HTML and CSS code for user registration and all the other pages. And now it's time for us to work on things that concerns the database of our full stack bank application website. The next thing we want to do now is to create our database. But when we create our database, it has to be connected to a server. And that server is what we store, where we would store information from our database. And the server is where we would also retrieve information we get from the database. So which server would we be using? There are many servers we can use, but the server we would be working for this project is MySQL. So the database we would be working with in this project is MySQL, and the server is going to be the MySQL server. Chances are you may not already have MySQL installed, and if that is the case, worry yourself not, because here we are going to show you a quick guide and setup to help you install MySQL to your computer. But I would assume you're using Windows, and if that's the case, then click on MySQL installer for Windows. If not, you can click on the MySQL community server and you can also install this, and that would be fantastic. So right now, what we want to click is the MySQL installer for Windows, because this is a Windows device and I want to assume that most people are using Windows. But if you're using any other operating system, maybe you can install MySQL community server and then connect to Python. All right, but installing MySQL installer for Windows will help us install. So what we are looking for here is to install two things. One is MySQL server, and the second one is the connector for Python. So in case you don't want to use for Windows, please install the connector for Python and the MySQL community server. You have to install these two, 1 and 2. Other 1 and 2 here. So other than that, you can just follow along with the Windows installer. Now in the Windows installer, you can just install this one. That is just 2.1 MB, I guess. So download, click on the download button, and now it would ask you to either log in or sign up. Just ignore, no thanks, start my download. Once you click on this link, the download should be done here, right? So we have our downloads done already, just 2.1 MB. And so you can come to your downloads folder, whatever your downloads folder is, to see your download. This is my download folder. So here's the MySQL community installer. And once you have your downloads folder here, you see this, just click on it to install what we need. And it's going to try to configure and access a lot of questions. So click on yes for everything. And yes, everywhere. Yes, yes, yes. And we should see this MySQL installer version 1.6. All right, so it's going to show you MySQL installer upgrading community. Currently, I have everything I want to install here, but you will not have this. So you may see welcome and not welcome back, right? So just click on next in your own, whatever the case is. And you should see a lot of things here that it would ask you to install. In my case, it's asking me to upgrade them. But in your case, it would ask you to install. However, you could decide to install all of this. However, note that they could collect a large amount of your data and your computer space. So what we want now is the community server, MySQL server, and MySQL connector. So that is exactly what we want right now. So rather than decide to click all, you can leave the workbench, leave the shell, leave the router, and just make sure that MySQL server is marked as on. And then you can decide to samples, documentations. You can decide to not install all of these. Or if you have enough space in your computer, you can decide to install everything. That's totally up to you. So I'm going to leave everywhere I have a MySQL connector for now. I'm going to mark them. MySQL connector, everywhere I have the MySQL connector, I'm just going to mark them and then install MySQL server. But in your case, if you know that your system does not have enough space at all, you can decide to ignore everywhere you have the MySQL connector, or make sure that MySQL server is ticked, because we would be using the MySQL server, right? So after that, you want to come here, click on it, click on the MySQL server, right? Click on it directly, make sure it's highlighted blue, and then click next. And click on execute. So once you execute, it would start downloading in your case, and in my case, it would start upgrading itself. Once the download is finished, we move over to our next step. So all we have to do is wait for our download to be completed. Once our download is complete, you should see the status showing and displaying complete here. Click next, and ready to configure, please click next. And then it will show all of these. Click next, and then execute. So this may take a long time. It's showing that it may take a long time. It may also not take a long time. So you want to give it time. And let's see how long it takes us.
A few moments later.
And finally, it's done, and I can click finish. Configuration is complete. I can click next, and I can click finish. So far, I'm already done with my installation and configuration of MySQL. The process was quite simple. However, in your case, if this is your first time installing MySQL, you may not have it as easy as this. Yours might be a little different. And here's the difference. During the installation, it will ask you to configure MySQL server. It's going to ask you to set a root password for MySQL. Please set a password that is easy to remember. Let me give you a pro tip. Nobody's going to come to your local host, your system, and try to hack what you're building. So set a password that's very, very easy to remember. I typically use 1234 or bwith or 128. Just simple things that I can always remember. Why it's important to remember this password is because you will need it anytime you want to connect to your server. So after setting a password for your MySQL server, you can continue your configuration, and that's basically the difference between yours and what I have right now. So currently we're done with the installation, and that's it for the MySQL. Hi everyone, welcome back. It's time for us to go ahead and implement our user registration functionality. We already have all the beautiful files and templates and HTML and CSS code for user registration and all the other pages. And now it's time for us to work on things that concerns the database of our full stack bank application website. The next thing we want to do now is to create our database. But when we create our database, it has to be connected to a server. And that server is what we store, where we would store information from our database. And the server is where we would also retrieve information we get from the database. So which server would we be using? There are many servers we can use, but the server we would be working for this project is MySQL. So the database we would be working with in this project is MySQL, and the server is going to be the MySQL server. Chances are you may not already have MySQL installed, and if that is the case, worry yourself not, because here we are going to show you a quick guide and setup to help you install MySQL to your computer. But I would assume you're using Windows, and if that's the case, then click on MySQL installer for Windows. If not, you can click on the MySQL community server and you can also install this, and that would be fantastic. So right now, what we want to click is the MySQL installer for Windows, because this is a Windows device, and I want to assume that most people are using Windows. But if you're using any other operating system, maybe you can install MySQL community server and then connect to Python. All right, but installing MySQL installer for Windows will help us install the two things. So what we are looking for here is to install two things. One is MySQL server, and the second one is the connector for Python. So in case you don't want to use the for Windows, please install the connector for Python and the MySQL community server. You have to install these two, 1 and 2. Other 1 and 2 here. So other than that, you can just follow along with the Windows installer. Now, in the Windows installer, you can just install this one. That is just 2.1 MB, I guess. So download, click on the download button, and now it would ask you to either log in or sign up. Just ignore, no thanks, start my download. Once you click on this link, the download should be done here. Right? So we have our downloads done already, just 2.1 MB. And so you can come to your downloads folder, whatever your downloads folder is, to see your download. This is my download folder. So here's the MySQL community installer. And once you have your downloads folder here, you see this, just click on it to install what we need. And it's going to try to configure and access a lot of questions. So click on yes for everything, and yes, everywhere, yes, yes, yes. And we should see this MySQL installer version 1.6. All right, so it's going to show you MySQL installer upgrading community. Currently, I have everything I want to install here, but you will not have this. So you may see welcome and not welcome back, right? So just click on next in your own, whatever the case is. And you should see a lot of things here that it would ask you to install. In my case, it's asking me to upgrade them, but in your case, it would ask you to install. However, you could decide to install all of this. However, note that they could collect a large amount of your data and your computer space. So what we want now is the community server, MySQL server, and MySQL connector. So that is exactly what we want right now. So rather than decide to click all, you can leave the workbench, leave the shell, leave the router, and just make sure that my SQL server is marked as on. And then you can decide to samples, documentations. You can decide to not install all of this. Or if you have enough space in your computer, you can decide to install everything. That's totally up to you. So I'm going to leave everywhere I have a MySQL connector for now. I'm going to mark them. MySQL connector, everywhere I have the MySQL connector, I'm just going to mark them and then install MySQL server. But in your case, if you know that your system does not have enough space at all, you can decide to ignore everywhere you have the MySQL connector, but make sure that MySQL server is ticked because we would be using the MySQL server. Right. So after that, you want to come here, click on it, click on the MySQL server, right? Click on it directly, make sure it's highlighted blue, and then click next. And click on execute. So once you execute, it would start downloading in your case, and in my case, it would start upgrading itself. Once the download is finished, we move over to our next step. So all we have to do is wait for our download to be completed. Once our download is complete, you should see the status showing and displaying complete here. Click next and ready to configure. Please click next. And then it will show all of these. Click next and then execute. So this may take a long time. It's showing that it may take a long time. It may also not take a long time. So you want to give it time. And let's see how long it takes us.
A few moments later.
And finally, it's done and I can click finish. Configuration is complete. I can click next and I can click finish. So far, I'm already done with my installation and configuration of MySQL. The process was quite simple. However, in your case, if this is your first time installing MySQL, you may not have it as easy as this. Yours might be a little different. And here's the difference. During the installation, it will ask you to configure MySQL server. It's going to ask you to set a root password for MySQL. Please set a password that is easy to remember. Let me give you a pro tip. Nobody's going to come to your local host, to your system, and try to hack what you're building. So set a password that's very, very easy to remember. I typically use 1234 or bwave or 128. Just simple things that I can always remember. Why it's important to remember this password is because you will need it anytime you want to connect to your server. So after setting a password for your MySQL server, you can continue your configuration, and that's basically the difference between yours and what I have right now. So currently we're done with the installation, and that's it for the MySQL. Join me now as we would create our database together. There are many ways we can decide to create our database, but here I'm just going to create a file, and this file is going to help us create the database. So I'm going to call this file create_db.py. So, and I'm going to create this file at the root of my project directory. So if you look at this bank application now, in this empty space, I'm going to make sure my cursor is highlighted around this empty space. Then I'm going to come to this plus sign here. So click on the plus, and then we can say create_db.py as our file. In this create_db.py, we are going to be creating our database. But before we write anything in this file, it is high time we install all the dependencies that we would need to be able to create our database. We've already installed MySQL server on our system. Now it's time to install other things that would connect to this MySQL server from our Flask Python application to be able to create the database. So come here to your terminal, not just any terminal, make sure you are the root directory of your project. So you can see the one we downloaded right now, the bank application website template. That is the exact place I am. And before you go ahead to create your server, make sure your Flask virtual environment is turned on. You can see it's not turned on right now. The my env sign is not showing. So I'm going to reactivate this terminal, and there's a very simple way to do it. Just type source my env script activate, just like this. And now my env, my virtual environment, is turned on. So once this virtual environment is turned on, we can go ahead now and install the dependencies we'll be needing for this project. So we can use the pip install. So pip install, and we are going to install a couple of things. Flask, SQL, Alchemy, like this, and then my SQL, like this, and then my SQL connector spelled like this, and -Python space. We can also install Flask bcrypt. So BC ROYPC. I'm just being careful about the spellings because one wrong spelling can do us great harm. It's one wrong spelling here could just be the reason why these things will not be installed successfully. Okay, so we have Flask SQL Alchemy, and what this does is that it supports Flask. It helps us to work with Flask. PyMySQL is a MySQL database adapter for Python. So it connects Python and MySQL together. Then MySQL connector Python also does the same thing. It's the official connector for Python too. Flask bcrypt, it's going to help us kind of hash passwords. I would explain that once we get there. And the last one would be the python.env. So python.env. This would help us to work with .env file. So these are what we have to install, and I can hit enter now. Once we hit enter, everything should be installed successfully. You can see it's very fast, and we have everything we need installed successfully. All right, with this installation done, we can leave our terminal now and go back to our create_db.py file, which we created, but we are yet to write anything in it. So in this file, I can have the following lines of code. I can say import MySQL.connector, and that will be imported from the MySQL connector Python. I can create this one and say db and then MySQL.connector.connect. And in here, let me put my host. And this host should be set to localhost. And this is your host in your MySQL. Next one would be user. And this user should be set to root. And then the next one will be the password. And this password should be the password. Now, do not use the same password as I am using here, because this is my password. Every other info should be the same, but the password should change, because this password is supposed to be the password you use when installing your MySQL server. So use the password you set then to connect your Python with your MySQL. If you use mine, it's not going to work. All right, that's all. And then we'll have this my cursor variable, and we're going to say mydb dot cursor. Then we can also say my cursor dot execute, and we would type in would have to type in a MySQL syntax here. So we are going to be creating a database, and I can call this bank application. And then would have the next one, my cursor.execute, and it would be show database. All right, so what we want to do is after we create this database called bank application, we want to also show the database. Next, we would have a for loop that says for DB in my cursor, we want to go ahead and print DB. All right, beautiful. So this is all I need right now to create our database. If our installation and this code is correct, we should be able to create our database here. So I'm going to come to my terminal now, list out what I have. You can see I have this createdb.py. This is what I'm interested in. So I will say Python createdb.py, hit enter, and okay, so it says I have an error in my SQL syntax, and I would guess that's a typo error. So let's go back and see what we have here. My problem was coming from here. It's supposed to be show databases. That is all the database in my SQL server. So this simple error is what caused me the problem. I'm going to say full stack bank application. So full stack bank application is going to be the name of my database, since the previous database already exists. And if I hit this command, here we go. Now you can see the database we just created. It says full stack bank application. So this is the database we just created, and this is the database I'm going to be working with right now. Okay, so we've created our database. It means that we can now go ahead and start creating things like tables inside this database. So far, the database is empty. But for us to be able to store information inside the database, we have to create tables or models that we can store various kind of information. And the first information we'll be storing is information about the user that's going to register. So to store information to this database, we are going to create a new folder here, and we are going to call this folder models. Currently, we have the app folder, my env config. So we are going to create the models folder inside the app folder. So click on the app drop down here. Here you go. And then inside the app, you can see we already have route, static templates, and the __init__.py. What we want to do now is to create this new folder and call it models. So once we've created this folder and call this models, right click on this models folder right now. So just right click on this models folder and then create a new folder and call it user. So we have models/user, and then in this user, so right click on the user and we'll be creating our first file. We are going to call this file user.py. Okay, so we're going to call that file user.py. And in this user.py, we are going to create our database or our first table or our first class. All right, but before we go ahead and create this database, let us go back to our __init.py file. Our __init.py file is the one located at the app folder. So when you click on the app folder, the __init.py file, let's go back there. And already we have these codes, this code that were just configuration code to help us run our project. However, now we want to do much more than just the configuration code. you remember we've just installed new dependencies like Flask, SQL, Alchemy, and the rest of them. Let's configure our database now to work with our Python application. So to do that, we'll come here and say from Flask, SQL, Alchemy, we want to import SQL Alchemy. Come down and from Flask bcrypt, we want to import bcrypt. So once we need bcrypt, I'll tell you what it does again. Next one is that from .env, we want to import load.env. So we want to import 1, 2, 3 things for now. And then lastly, we want to also import OS. All right, now with all this importation we've done, let's go ahead and work with them. So the first one that I want to do is to load environment variables from the .env file. And to do that, I would call this function and say load.env, like this. All right, so let's go and create this .env file now. I'll click here again, close the app folder, and right here where you have the run.py, requirement.txt, create_db.py, this is where we want to also go ahead and create our .env file. So I'm going to click on this plus button here, this one for file, this first one, and call it .env. Okay, so our .env file, we've created it now. We would have two things here. The first one would be creating is our secret key. So secret underscore key, just like this. And you can set it to anything. I'm just going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then DB, the next one is going to be the DB URI. And here is going to be MySQL plus PyMySQL. Recall we installed the PyMySQL, so we are going to use this PyMySQL, and we would have root bwith at localhost /. Now, this bwith is the password. Replace this bwith in your own with your own password. Every other details can remain the same. And now the bank full stack bank application database. So I'm going to copy this, and in my .env, the next thing I'm going to have after the localhost is the full stack bank application. Just like this. This is how it should be. So replace the bwith with your password, and the details can remain the same. But if you changed your database name, please use the same database name you've created. All right, let's go back to our __init__.py. And after we have the load.env, the next thing we want to do is this secret key we've created. We should now call or configure our application to use this secret key. So we can say app.config, and then we can come here and say SQL Alchemy. So just like this, just follow along as I'm typing it. SQL Alchemy. So SQL Alchemy. Be careful of typo errors. I'm also referring to myself too, because I'm very, very fond of typo errors. So SQL Alchemy database URI, it would be equal to os.getEnv. And then here should be db_URI. db_URI. The next one should be app.config. SQL Alchemy track So SQL Alchemy underscore track underscore modifications. And we'll be setting this configuration equal to false. So this one will be set to false. And then the next one we can have is the DB equal to, so we'll be creating a variable of DB, and this DB would be equal to SQL Alchemy, bracket open, and we'll pass our app here, which is our Flask application. The next thing we want to configure is the bcrypt, and we can say bcrypts like this, bcrypt, but this one, the B should be in small letters. So bcrypt would be equal to bcrypt, open brackets, and app. Beautiful. Now, once we have all of these, we've configured everything from our underscore init.py. We'll be back here once again for something else. But with all of these modifications, all of these configurations, I call all of these configuration files. This one could be called our DB configuration files. So to be able to use the DB configuration files, we must first of all get a DB URI and then set the track modifications. And then we also need the .env. So in the secret key from the .env, it just hits me now that we are yet to create the secret key from the .env. So come here, and here would create the secret key. So to do that, we'll say app.config, and here secret underscore key. And the secret key would be set to os.environ.get, and then secret underscore key. And this would be all we'll need. So this is how to get the secret key, os.environ.get secret underscore key, just like this. Now with all these configuration files, we are all set to start building. Or now with all these configurations, we are all set to go back to the models folder and the user.py and create our first class or our first model for the day. And that model would be the user model. So we can come here to the user.py in your models folder, models, user.py, and we can say from app, we want to import both app and the DB we've created before. So both app and DB, we want to import the two of them. Now we can come here and say class of user. So I'm going to call this user in capital letter. The U, it would be in capital letter, while the rest would be in small letter. Next, we can use the db.model, and then we can have our columns. The first one will be the ID. This is the identity of the user. So let's say db.column, and here should be db.integer. So the integer, the I has to be in capital letter, and then the rest in normal letters. So primary key equal to true. The next one would be the full name. And here we'll have the db.column. And this the full name would have a db.string. And this string would have a maximum of 100 characters. So the user's full name should not exceed more than 100 characters. But let's give the user the benefit of doubt and set it to 200. At least somebody's name that is 200 letters long. That one, we can really laugh at that person. After the full name, the next one we want to do is the email. So the email should be set to db.column. It's also going to be a db.string. So I can copy all of this here and then paste it here. The email could be 100 characters, but then the email will have something. The email is going to be unique of email would be set to true. The next one would be password. And then we can set the password to db.column and then db.string too. So the password is going to be a string. The password should be 100 characters. Now, after this, I want to create another variable, and I will call this card number. And this card number, I'm going to make it a string too, not an integer. Although you see the word number there, I'm going to store this one as a string, not an integer. So this is going to be db.string. And it's going to be about 16 characters only. Unique is also going to be set to true. So what's the card number? Remember, the application we are building is a full stack bank application. And so we saying card number, just like ATM card number. So we want to build a real full stack bank application. This is going to be a big project. We are going to have card number. We are also going to have card name. We are also going to have balance. So the balance of the user, that's the next column I want to create. And this one is going to be a floating point number. So I'm going to use db.float here too. So db.float. And it's going to have a default value. Once a user registers, we want to be very generous and give the user about 50,000 as a default value. Imagine you registering in any bank and then the bank gives you 50,000 naira for free. Well, this is what we are doing at the BYCT full stack bank application website. So you should register with us so that you can enjoy free 50,000 as a gift for just registering. That makes sense, right? All right, so for now, this is all I would have. So this is my class. This is my class of user, and these are all my columns. So this is going to be our first table. However, there's how I want this card to appear to the user. So I'm going to create a new function, and I'm going to call this function insert underscore hyphens. And here I'm going to pass in a keyword called value. I'm going to pass in value to it. And value is going to be defined by here. First of all, let's import this one, re. And so I can say re.sub. And then arrow here. And then %s. So I'm going to explain this later, but for now, I just want to do this quickly. So I just created this new function, and I said I would explain exactly what we are doing here. So here's the explanation to it. First of all, we want to have a card number, and it's going to have 16 values. However, we don't want these 16 values to be jam-packed together. So we don't want the 16 values to be jam-packed. We want to give space. So for example, if we have, rather than having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 as a card value, just like this, want to give space after every 4 value. So want to give space here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. However, we do not just want to give a space. We want to insert an hyphen in the space. So the space should be with an hyphen like this. This is exactly what we want to achieve, so that it's going to look beautiful and pleasant to the eyes. so that it's something you can easily memorize and it's not going to look so strenuous to the eyes. That's why we want to give this space. However, we do not want to store this hyphen in the DB. We do not want to store these hyphens in our database, because if we store these hyphens in our database, this will no longer be 16 characters. It's now going to be 17, 18, 19 characters rather than 16 characters. So we want to store only the numbers, but then we want to insert hyphens. So how would that be possible? How would we achieve that? That's exactly where this function comes in now. So this one, this RE, what does it mean? It means regular expression. It's a module from Python, and you can go and read more about it. But basically, what these lines of code does is to remove, so I'm just going to add it there, to remove any existing white space. So any existing white space could be something like this. Yeah, this space here, or after here. So this space right now is a white space. From those who have any experience with Betty in C, the coding style, you should be very familiar with the word white space. So this would ensure that any white space is removed, first of all. Now, after each 4 digits, we want to insert the hyphen and then continue with the value. So after every 4 digits, we want to insert the hyphen. Now, so we are going to, this function called insert hyphens is going to help us do this, while at the same time ensuring that we do not store this hyphen now as part of our database. Basically, that's what it does. So I'm going to remove all of these. I hope you understood that explanation. If you have any questions, ask in the comment section below, and I'll be more than happy to answer your questions for you. All right, so we've created our class now of insert hyphen of user, and we have this little function of insert hyphens. What we can do now with all of these is to go back to our models, this user here. We want to create another file, so right click on your users, and we'll be creating another file, and we'll call this init__.py. And here you can say from .user import user. So we are importing this user class from this user.py file. All right, after doing this, the last thing we want to do is to go back to our init.py located in our app. So come here at your init.py. Recall I said we still have one small thing to do here. So the small thing we have to do would be at the end. We want to import our models. We've imported our routes so far. Let's import our models. So from app.models.user, we want to import all. When we say the star, we mean all. You can also decide to import user and then import them individually, or you can decide to import all. So I'll be importing all here. And this would be it for now for our init.py. We may come back here later on, but for now, we can close it. We can also close our .env, and we can have our user.py model also closed. __init.py, we can close it. So our create_db.py, we're also done with it. So being done with everything about this database, what's the next thing we should do? Let's go back now to our route. So we've created the database, we've created the class. It's time to go back to our routes. However, before we go back to our routes, let's see if we're actually on the right path. So go back instead to your terminal. Make sure your virtual environment is turned on. And we want to see if this table we've created, if Python and if our Flask application recognizes it. So we'll come here, we'll go into the Python shell by just typing Python, press enter. I want to say from app imports app, comma, db. Chances are if we run this code, we would have series of errors, but would only be able to know the results if we try. So let's try. And here we go. We have no errors whatsoever. So once it appears like this, it means that we did a good job. Now we can say from app.app_context bracket open and close dot push bracket open and close. Hit that, and we can go to the next one that says db.create_all. And with all of this done, we can now exit. And that's a very, very good one because we had no errors. However, how do we know if this our user class that we've created is successful? By not having any errors at all, that's a sign that it's successful. But here's the second way we can know. I'm going to create a file quickly for us that's going to be called tables.py. And this file would help us know how many tables we currently have. So here I can say import MySQL. I'm creating this file. You really don't need this, but you can also create it alongside with me. Import MySQL.connector. MySQL, not my.sql. Okay, MySQL.connector. And then we can establish a connection to our database. I'm going to call this connection equal to MySQL.connector.connect. Host would be equal to localhost. User would be equal to root, and password would be equal to bwave. Now, remember, if you're doing this alongside with me, your password can't be the same as mine. Use your own password. The database would be equal to the database we have. So, what's the database we have? In our createdb.py, we called it full stack bank application. So I'm going to come here, copy this, come to my tables.py, and paste it in here. Now we can come here and create this variable called cursor, and then it should be connection.cursor. Just like this. And then we can have the next one that says cursor.execute. And the execute is going to be show tables. The next one is going to be tables equal to cursor.fetch all. That is, we want to get all the tables in our database. Now, let's use a for loop to loop through all the tables. So for tables in tables, we want to print out the table individually. So table, and here, print out all the tables individually. All right, the last thing we want to do is to close the connection. And we also want to close the cursor. So cursor.close. Okay. And that's all for our tables.py. So I can come back here and then run the tables.py code to see how many tables we have. And you can see our first table, user. So the same user model that we created is the same table that we now have right here on my terminal screen. Now I'm going to close all of this and I'm going to go back to my app folder. And here in my app folder, we're done with the models for now because we created the user models. Next up, we have to go to the routes. So what we want to do, now that we've created everything that we need for the users to be able to successfully register, we want to get the users to, in fact, successfully register. So we can come here to the routes, and the roots where we have the register.py is where we want to be pick our interest in. So roots where you have your register.py, that is of great interest to us. However, before I go ahead about the register.py, I want you to come to the templates here. So templates, where you have roots, where you have register.html. These templates, recall, we gave it to you free on our GitHub repository. Now, if you scroll down these templates, you can see that we're asking the users to input some things like the full name, email address, password, confirm password, and then hit the submit button to create an account. Now, the method for this form is post. This method is very, very important when you want to do anything that requires the back end. So we have two methods by default. Get is the front end. For example, when you type www.buildwithicc.pro, which is our website, you can go there and check out latest courses and blogs free of charge. So when you hit www.buildwithicc.pro, you're sending a GET request. You're asking the server to display a page. However, when you're submitting a form, any form at all, to any website, you're submitting a post request. You're asking the server to carry your message and deliver to the website. So this is a post request. So when you submit this form trying to register, you're hitting a post request. And if that's the case here, then we must see the method, set the method to a post. So as long as this method is in post, we're good to go to leave this HTML now, and we can go back to our register.py. So in our register.py, we can now start doing things. For example, in this line 5, I can come here, put a comma, and say methods would be equal to get, which is the default method, and then would be calling the next one, which is post. Next, we want to say if request dot method is equal to post, want to do some things, but then the request is being underlined. So from Flask, we want to import request. So if request.method is equal to post, want to get some details from the user. For example, the full name of the user, I want to get that, so we can hit request.form. And here we want to get the full name, so we can say full_name. This should be equal to, like this. The next one we want to do is to get the email. So we create the email variable and we say request.form, and we want to get the email from the form the user submitted. Next one is the password, and we want to get the password, request.form. We also want to get the password the user submitted. So next one is the confirm password, request.form, confirm_password. All right. So this is what we want to get from the form the user submitted. Now, after getting all of these details, we want to perform a form validation. That is, we want to check if these details are correct. We want to validate them. So perform a form validation here. And how do we do that? The first thing we want to check is if password is not equal to the confirm password, then we want to do some things. So as part of the validating, the first thing we want to check is, do the password match? Do they match? If they do not match, then we want to do some things. And this would be to flash a message. So I can use the flash, but I would have to first of all import flash. So come here and hit flash. So we'll be importing flash from Flask, and then we can flash passwords do not match. And here we can have a class of danger. This is just for the Bootstrap styling. And then we can return a redirect. But before we would be able to use a redirect, I have to first of all import redirect. So once you return a redirect, I also want to import URL for. So go up your line 2, import URL for. And then I'm also going to call URL for. And this would be register page. That is, we simply want to reload the page after flashing the error message. So this would be the first form validation we want to perform. The next thing we want to do is to check if that email already exists. So the first thing we want to do is to check if passwords match. So I can say check if passwords match. The next thing is to check if email already exists. And we can do that by saying user equal to user.query dot filter by, and we can call email here, email equal to email dot first. All right, now this our code is not making sense because we have the user underlined. So let's go and import the user. And where would we be importing the user from? I believe you still remember we've created the app, the models folder. So we can say from app in our line 3 dot models dot user, we want to import user. So once we import user, we can see that this error we had here is off. So in this line 23, what we are simply saying is, hey, check if the email already exists. How do you do that? Go into the user database and then just query it. Look at it carefully. And if user, filter all the users by their email. And if you see an email that is already this email this person is trying to use, then we want to do the next thing, which is if user, the variable we've created. So if there's an existing user, you want to flash, you already have an account. Please log in. And then you also want to say a class of danger. And then you want to return a redirect to a redirect and say URL for login. So this will take the person to the login page. Now, the next thing we want to do to perform form validation is to hash the password. Now, this would be where the bcrypt comes into place. Imagine this. Somebody hacks into our database. One thing you don't want to happen is for the person that hacks into our user base to have access to all the passwords. Because some people are very fond of using one password for multiple accounts for different places and pages. So if somebody is able to hack into your account and see the password, it means that the person may have access to every other password you have. How do we solve this problem? We want to hash the password. So even if you hack into the account, the password you'll be seeing there are hashed figures That's not going to make sense to you at all. How do we do that? Well, we don't have to crack our head too much. I'm just going to use the word hashed underscore password as a variable I'm creating. And that's where the bcrypt would come into play now. So I'm going to say bcrypt, just like this, bcrypt. But I am yet to import bcrypt. So what I'm going to say is from app import app, and then I also want to import bcrypt. So having this now, I can now use this bcrypt and say bcrypt.generate password hash. And this has been imported from bcrypt. This .generate password hash. So it's going to generate a password hash using bcrypt. You can see it here, specifying round. So you can go ahead and look at how this dependency we installed is going to help us generate a password hash. But basically, we are going to pass in password here. This variable password is what is going to decode and generate a password hash. And we are going to use the UTF method to decode this. So we can say UTF-8. All right. So this would help us get a password hash. So you can use your password here. Even me, the admin, cannot see your password. Instead, I would see a hashed version of your password. So this is for security purposes. And of course, you know that in a bank application, you always want the security to be maximum, to be optimal. So our full stack bank application websites, the security features are on the way. All right, so let's do the next thing now. And that is we want to generate a card number for the user. So as the user is registering, we want to generate a card number for the user. An ATM card number, a card number generally for the user. So these are online bank application websites. It's making a lot of waves. We are now getting to the point where you generate an ATM card number for the user. And I can have this variable that says card number, and I can come here and say space here dot join. I can use the dot join method, and I can say string str now random. So I'm going to explain this dot rand int 0 and then 9, and I can put a space and say for underscores in range I can say in the range of 16. All right. So what exactly am I doing here? Before I explain, let's go up and import something. So from Flask, we want to import, from Python, we want to import random. So I can just say import random. I don't need to say from Python import random. I can just say import random. All right. So we don't have this error here again. Okay. So here's what's happening. We are simply saying, hey, we need a random integer between 0 and 9, and it should be in 16 characters or 16 digits. So between 0 and 9, so it will give us 1, 6, 5, between 0 and 9. We need about 16 digits of those. Random, so it's going to follow no particular pattern. Since it's random, you can't guess it. You can't like guess somebody's card number, 16 digits. Now, does this ring any bell to you? Recharge cards, for example. Just the way you cannot guess it. Now, this is just a demo implementation of how recharge cards are being made. All right. The next thing we want to do here is to create the next variable, and I'm going to call this formatted card number. And this one, we are going to use the dot join method to say card number and then I equal to I plus 4. And we can say for I in range 0, and then the length of the card number just like this, and then 4. Okay. All right, so I can create my formatted card number. Basically, what I'm saying is the formatted, so we have the card number and then the formatted card number. What would be displaying to the user is the formatted card number. If the card number is 16 characters, like I explained previously, all of them jam-packed together. The formatted card number is going to ensure that after every 4 digits, it's going to put the hyphen in between them. So that's it, basically. Now, after generating a card number, the next thing we want to do is to create a user. So I can come here and say create a user, and I can call this one new user. I can call this variable new user, and this new user would be equal to user. So I'll be creating a user now, and it's going to have full name equal to full name. I'll be storing all of these. Email equal to email. I'll be storing email. The password is going to be equal to the password hash, right? So it's going to be equal to the hash password. And the next thing I want to store about the user is the card number of that user, so that we can display the card number to the person. And then after that, I can come down and say db.session.add, and we can say new underscore user. We can also come here and say db.session.commit, and we can commit in the user. All right, this DB code is not going to make sense until we import DB. So I can say from app import app, decrypt, and DB. All right, after importing the DB, we come down now and it's making sense. Even the colors have changed. Okay, now we want to store the user. We want to store the user ID and card number in session. So this would help the user to get logged in, right? This will help this user to get logged in. Once we create the user, have you been in any website where after registering, the next thing the website is asking you to do is to log in just after registering? Well, ours is not going to be like that. After you register, you're going to get directed to the dashboard because you deserve to be there. But the only way that's going to work is if we store the user ID and the card number in the user session. So it's not going to be one complex code, because that's the exact reason why we are using Flask. That's the exact reason why we're using Python. Python and Flask helps our lives to be very, very easy. And all we have to do is just import session from Flask. And here, what we can do now is to come here and say, store the user ID in session. So we use that session we've imported to say session equal to user underscore ID equal to new user.id. And next one we can have here is session and then card underscore number, and we can have a formatted card number. All right, so once you store the user's formatted card number in the session, so what the user will be getting when the user logs in is formatted card number with all of those hyphens. After all of this, we want to flash to the user registration successful. welcome to our banking application. All right, and we want to give the user a success tag. This is going to be for the Bootstrap. And next, we can hit return a redirect, and then a URL for dashboard. So once we log in the user, we are redirecting the user to our dashboard. All right, so here we go. This is our implementation of the registration of the user. So just to do a quick recap on what we've done. First of all, we imported random. We imported the user class from the models. And then we imported things like bcrypts, database, and our app. And so here, the first lines, we are getting the user's details from the form. The next line of code, we are performing form validation. We first of all check if the password match. Next off, we check if the email already exists. And then if these two things are positive, we want to hash the password, generate card number, and then create a new user and store the user ID in session, and then log in the user. So simple, so easy. However, banking application is a very, very tough application. One thing you really want to avoid is somebody hacking into a bank application, because you would lose all the credibility in this world. So let's implement something else. If passwords do not match, then want to do something. But have you ever been in a website where you're trying to register and you type in a password and they tell you that that password is too short or the password is too weak? I should impute something much more secure. Well, let's do that right here, right now. And it's going to be a very easy thing. So come down after the if password, confirm password. After all of this, just come down just before your check if email already exists. We want to say if the length of the password. So how do they know that the password is too short? It's not because they are reading your password. They are just checking for the password length. So if it's less than 6 characters, we want to flash a message that says password is too short. Please make it more lengthy. We don't want to tell the user that it should be at least 6 characters. Let's just say it's too short, make it more lengthy. And then let's have a danger sign here. And after that, we want to return a redirect. Once you return a redirect, and then URL for register page, that's the page we are to reload the page. All right. That should be it for our implementation. Let's now continue to implement more and more security features so as not to bore you with an overload of information. But with all of this, we've been able to implement our users' registration. I'm really tempted to go and test this out to see if it's working. But just before we test it, can we do one more thing? And that is implement the dashboard.py. So that once the user logs in, the user can actually go to the... So let's go now and test if the register.py is working. And how do we do that? We go back to our terminal, and here is the moment of truth. So we hit Python, run the py, go back to our Chrome browser. So we have our application running, and here is our home page. This application have light and dark mode. I'm sure I've not talked about that. Let's click on the Start Banking. And this is the login, but what we implemented was register. So let's click on register. All right. So here, I'm going to change it to light mode back. And I'm going to say this is going to be a test number. That's my full name. And the email is going to be test@test.com. The password is going to be 4 digits, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And next one is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so let's hit on create accounts and let's see what we get. It says password is too short. Please make it more lengthy. Right, so we see it's working. Let's go again. Test number. We want to hit test@test.com. Let's hit 2 passwords that do not match now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this one will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so obviously they do not match. Let's see what we have. And we see password is do not match. So you can see that the messages are changing. All right, what should we test again? I'm going to avoid testing anything again. And instead, let's hit this test number once more. And then test@test.com. Password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Confirm password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's try to create accounts. Here is the moment of truth. I hit the create accounts and here we go. Registration successful. Welcome to our banking application. This is brilliant. Well done for your hard work. You've successfully implemented the user registration to this full stack banking application along with me. I think you deserve this. Now that we've implemented our registration, the user has been able to register. What's the next step? I think, just as you would also imagine, the next step would be for the user to be able to log in. So when we click on the Start Banking, it comes to login. Let's implement user login right now, right here. The first part of this full stack bank application website is done. The registration of the users were done and dusted with it. The next part is the logging in of the users, and that is just an extension of the registration because we want the user to be able to log in anytime to his application and also log out. So to implement login, we already have the login file. If you come to our app on the browser, if you click on Start Banking, it will take you straight to your login page. But now let's try to, for example, put the details, test@test.com. And let's try to put the password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Click login. Nothing happens because we are yet to implement it. To implement this though, like I said, it's very, very easy. And what's more, UICT is going to implement this with you. So let's click on routes, click on routes, and then come to login.py. That's what we have to do. Come to our login.py. And for now, you can see that our login.py is pretty much simple. Nothing just yet. So we have just this very, very simple one with a methods of get and post. And that's good for us. Now, what we can do here is to, from here, start importing things. First of all, we'll need request. Next, we'll need redirect. We'll need URL for. We'll need flash. And we'll need session. So I've just imported everything we'll be needing from Flask. Next, would need the from app, would need the models. So from app.models.user, we want to import user. Next, we want to import from app, import bcrypt. And we don't have to write a separate one from that. So we can just come here, want to import bcrypt. Fantastic. All right, so in this login function, let's come here to say if request dot method is equals to post, then we want to say get the email from the user. So email equal to request.form. and then email. Next one would be the password, right? So want to say password, would create a variable called password and would say request.form equal to password. All right, so the email and the password, we've gotten it from the form. What we want to do now is to check if the details the user entered in the form are the same with what is in the database. So once you retrieve the user email from the DB, and to do that, we can create this variable called user and say user. So user equal to user.query dot filter by email equal to email dot first. And then we can check for password. So check for password. We can now say if user and bcrypt, right? So if user and bcrypt check password hash, bracket open user.password, and that is password. Then we want to say session user ID equal to user.id. Now, I know this may be a little confusing to you and you're like, what exactly are you doing here? So let me explain. First of all, we want to retrieve the user email from the DB. So if the email the user entered in the form, that is in this page here, if the email the user enters here is the same with any of the email in the database, then we want to check for password. So if the password is also the same with the password hash in the database. Remember, we can't say if the password is the same with the password because we don't know the real password. What we now know is a password hash, which is not the real password because of security reasons. So if the password hash is the same with if the password the user enters, right, matches with the password hash that is in the DB, then we can go ahead to store the user ID in our session. So it checks for the password hash as opposed to the password itself, because as we said earlier, we do not know the real password again. So we can come here to say flash and say login successful. So if this was successful, on say login successful, and we want to put a tag of success and then return a redirect URL for dashboard. So this would be logging in the user to his dashboard. Now, if all this is unsuccessful, we want to flash a message. So if he checks the email not there. The email is not there. Or if he checks the password and the password is also not there, then we want to say invalid email or password. And we want to give that user a danger sign, which will be a red background, and return a redirect and the redirect should go to URL for login, and that should be that. All right, so this would be all about it for our login route. Once again, look at the code. We have the login function. We have the if request.method is equal to post. Once you get the email and the password from the user's form, and then check if the email is in our database. If the email is in our database, go down and check if the password the user enters and the password in the password hash variable in our database are the same. If they are the same, log in the user successfully. If they are not, want to flash this message, go back to the login page. What's more, let's go ahead and test our code. So I'm going to go back to my terminal here and rerun this Python run.py, and here we go. Refresh our screen. So let's route to login, and then let's put the details. So I want to say test@test.com, but I'll put a wrong password. And let's try to log in. And it says invalid email or password. Now let's put the correct password. Test@test.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hit login. And that's it. Login successful. This is it for our login route. Let's implement the next thing, which is the logout functionality. Shall we? Of course we shall. The easiest part of this full stack bank application website that would be building would actually be our logout functionality. I say this because in the next 60 seconds we'll be done with implementing our logout. Let's go. So click on the route, come here to your login.py where we implemented the login feature. And all we have to do for the logout, this is why I really like Flask, is just to come here and say at app.routes, and let's route to a logout speed. So logout, and here let's create a function def logout, and all we have to do is to say session.clear. Remember, we are storing the user by, we are logging in the user. Remember, we are storing the user by simply adding the user details to session. So once we clear the user details out of that session, the user gets logged out. So all we have to do is to use the Flask session variable, and that's all we have to log the user out. So here I can say redirect the user after logging the user out to the dash. Where do we redirect the user to? Well, let's redirect the user to the home page. So home page. All right, home_page. And that's all for implementing our user logout. All right, so I'm just going to add a comment here to clear the session data of the user. And this is going to log the user out. Last thing I want to go is to come back to our template. So we are done with the implementation of the logout, but let's go to our template. Come to roots, come to user, and let's go to the default.html. And here, I want you to scroll down a little. So in our default.html, scroll down a little where we would have the logout. So in our nav, just at the top here, where we have the logout. And in the href, if you're having difficulties finding the logout, just type Ctrl F and then type logout. It should appear. In the href, all we can do is to put our double curly brackets, just like the way I have it here. You can see the way I have it here. So in here, we can say URL_for, and here say log out. All All right, that would be all we'd be needing to implement the logout. With that said, let's go ahead and test our code. Refresh our code. Here we go, and let's hit logout. And here we go. It says I have been logged out. So you can see it here. I have been logged out. And that's it. That's it, guys. We've implemented login, logout, and register. Let's go back to the dashboard. There's something that's happening. When I hit dashboard, you can see that I still enter the dashboard. It's only supposed to be logged in users that would have access to the dashboard. And we need things like our card number, card name, and current balance. Remember I said we give the user some free 50,000 for just registering with us. All of these functionalities is what we are about to implement right here, right now. Bright Daniel from BWave ICT telling you welcome back once again. It's time to implement the dashboard functionalities and ensure that only logged in users can access their dashboard and also see things like their balance. To do that, we'll come back here to the route, we'll come back to user, and let's go to dashboard.py. Yes, we want to have our next lines of code. So here we are going to import session from Flask. We are also going to import Flash. We are also going to import redirect. And we are also going to import URL 4. Then in our next line, we can say from app.models, we want to import user. So import user. With all of this done, we can now say the first thing we want to do is to retrieve. So before someone would be able to get into the dashboard, we want to retrieve the user ID from session. And the code to do that, we are just going to create a variable called user ID and say session.get. And here passing user underscore ID. Now we can have an if statement and say if user ID. So we'll be retrieving the user from the database using the user ID. And to do that, we can say user equal to user dot query dot get and then user underscore ID. So this is how we can retrieve the user from our database. And now once we retrieve the user from our database, we want to say return render template user /index .html. And then let's pass in user to itself so that we can use this in our HTML template. Now, if we are not able to get the user from the database, it means that that user is not logged in. So we want to flash, you need to log in first to access your dashboard. And this should be in a danger format. And then we can return a redirect. So redirect URL for login. And that's going to be it. So our return render template has to be, we don't need the return render template, yeah, because that's what this else statement really does from our dashboard. Okay, so this is the implementation for the user dashboard. Let's do a quick recap. We have the user ID and we get the user ID from session. So if we can and we get the user ID from the database, and then we store the user ID in the session. If this is successful, we want to log in the user to the dashboard. If it's not successful, we want to redirect the user to go to the login page to log in first so that we can get his details. That's it for the implementation of the user dashboard. However, it's time to go ahead and then implement things like the user's account details, card number, and the user's card name too, so that the user can be able to see these details once he logs in. To do that, we'll go to the HTML. So we go to the template here, and then we can come to the user. The index.html will be of focus to us now. Meanwhile, recall that in our dashboard.py, I've passed in user as a function to itself. So what I'm going to do here is that I can use user anywhere in my index.html now for the dashboard. Recall, this is the dashboard index.html and not the root index.html. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down now. And since this template is a little lengthy, you may find it very hard to go to the exact place where we would need to go to. So let me show you how you can do this. Just Ctrl F once you are in your index.html of your user. So recall, don't get this confused. Come to templates, come to user, come to index.html. And then once you type Ctrl F, you should search for card number. So once you search for card number, it's going to come up here. You have only one result. Now in this first li, what I want you to do, so you can see it, if card number, there's only one result, put a double curly brackets, and then we can say card underscore number. And then we can use this insert hyphens variable that we created a long time ago. So we can say hyphens, insert hyphens, user.card number is set hyphens, just like this. Now scroll down a little to where we have this H3. You can see it here. That's also of interest to us because there would be having the user.fullname. So you can say user.full_name, just like this. And this is also of great interest to us. Now, apart from these two, we would also need to get the user's balance. So here, just in the Ctrl F, in this search bar here, just type your current balance, and you should see the results here appearing. Now in this H2, so I want to scroll down your current balance. In this H2, I'm going to put my double curly brackets once again and follow along as I do this. So a quotation mark, let me make this bolder for you. A quote here, and then inside the quotes, you want to have a single bracket, curly brackets, and just like this, you want to have the point to F. This is going to ensure that the floating point number comes out great. And then we should have format user dot balance. The balance should be in small letter, user.balance, just like this. Okay, so all of this here would ensure we get a 2 precision floating point number, and we also get a dot, right? So it's would also be getting a comma, so it will come out nice, 50,000. That's how it would come out, the exact way it's supposed to come out. Although it's not exactly stored like that in the database. In the database, it's just stored as a floating point number. But that could confuse the user. So we want to store it in a way or display it to the user in a way that would not get the user confused at all. And that's the reason why we're using this format. Okay, so that's all for our dashboard, both our dashboard.py and our dashboard.html. Next thing we can do is to ensure that our terminal is working well. So Python run.py, everything is fine. Let's refresh our dashboard. And it's telling me I need to log in first. So let me log in, test@test.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's login. And it says login successful. Now you can see our card number with all of those hyphens that I was explaining to you at that time. And you can see our card name. So this looks like a real ATM card. Of course, it's a real ATM card. It's a Visa card. And this is your project. Now you can see the 50,000. So you can see this, the comma, the 1,000. You can see the dots. And then you can see the 0 kobo, 50,000 naira. Welcome to your banking dashboard. Like we said, you get a 50,000 free for just banking with us. There's no reason why you shouldn't bank with us. And one way you can bank with us is by subscribing to this YouTube channel and liking this video. Please, your likes and your subscription is very much needed. Share this video, like this video, subscribe, and leave a positive comment. Thank you for doing all of this. You deserve this. So far, so good. We've implemented so many functionalities in this our full stack banking application. Now that we have our dashboard, registration, login, and logouts all successful, it's time to implement the next one, which is transfer money functionality. We click on the transfer money now. We have all of this. Let's implement it so we can really transfer money. Welcome back to our full stack application website project. It's time for us to go ahead and implement the transfer money. So we want to be able to transfer funds. Currently we have 50,000. So we want to be generous enough to give our money to others. And looking at our results on our browser here, you can see, look at my screen, you can see the card name, recipient card, and the amount. Those are the 3 details you have to input to be able to transfer funds from your account to some other person's account. So let's go ahead and implement the functionality that would help us get card names, recipients, card number, and amounts. You could call this like bank account name. You could call the card number account number too, if that's totally up to you. To do that, we'll go back to our VS Code environment. And the first thing we want to do is to create a database where we would store all our transactions. So we want to store all our transactions. Currently in the models, in the user folder, we have this one called transaction.py. And this is a very, very good code, but we can make it better. And in terms of making it better, we can So currently we have the user.py where we are giving the user a default balance of 50,000. So we would implement the next, would have our next class or our next table, and this one will contain and store all the transactions. So we're going to create a new file here. You can see where I am, models, user. In this user folder, just right click and click on a new file. And I'm going to call this new file transaction.py, transaction.py. And this transaction.py is going to contain a class. And this class, we can say from app import, so we can start writing our codes now. From app imports DB, because we would be using it. So after importing DB, the next thing we want to come down and do is to say, we'll need datetime. So from datetime, we want to import datetime. And with that, we can now create our class. So I'm going to call this class transactions. Transaction. And this is going to be part of our DB model, or not a new DB model. We are going to have fields like ID, and this one is going to be equal to db.column. So dot column, and here db dot integer, and primary key would be equal to true. The next one we want to do is the user ID, and this would be set to db.column and db.integer2, and we can set this to a foreign key. Now, it's been primary key you're used to, but I'm going to add this line of code now, foreign key. So I'm going to explain how this foreign key works. It's almost self-explanatory though, so let me just write it. Foreign key, and the foreign key is user ID. Okay, so remember our class of user, you have the user ID, the user identity, which we use to get a lot of details about the user. So we're simply saying relate the primary key and the user ID, relate the transaction ID and the user ID together. So we are, going to ensure that the user ID from the transaction is the same with the user ID from the user class. Next, we have the recipient's name. So the name of the person who is receiving it. We also want to store this. So recipients underscore name. And we can say db.column. So this would be a string dot column, and this would be db.string. And in this string, we're going to have a character of 100. Let's make it 200. And then recipient's card number. This would also be a string, but this would be of 16 digits. So here I'm going to change this to card underscore number, recipient's card number, that's what it is. And this would be a string of just 16 characters. Remember the card number. Next one we can have is the amount. So this is the amount that's sent, that's going to be sent or received as the case may be. And this is going to be db.float in unison with what we have before. Next, we are going to have a type. And here I'm going to keep it db.column. And here we are going to say db.string of 25 characters. And then we would have another field called type stamp. So type stamp is going to have db.column. And then this is going to have db.datetime. Datetime. And it's going to have a default of datetime datetime.utc now. So it's going to have a default datetime of the time and the date the user in question made that transaction. Next, we would have a new DB column called user, and this is going to be db.relationship, and it's going to have the user. So user here, and then backref. So it's going to reference itself back to transactions. All right, that's the table we'll need for now. Very well. So for now, this is what we can have as our class and our new table in our database. Okay, now we have this transaction.py. We've created this. What more can we do? We can go back and go to our routes now. But before we go to our routes, let's try to add this class or this new table to our database. So let's get back to our terminal, and I would make sure that we kill our terminal. Ctrl+C would help you kill your terminal or cancel whatever is in your terminal. And here I can hit the Python to go to the Python shell, and let's go from app, import app. So from app, import app db. If everything works well, we should go to the next app.app underscore context dot push. Okay, and then we have the db.create underscore all in small letters, and that's been successful. Let's exit and leave here, and let's check if we have a new table now. So Python tables.py, and we have user. We are yet to have transaction. So what's going on? What's wrong? Okay, I missed a very important part of our code. So come here to your models, come back to your __init__.py. Inside your models, we first of all import user from user. The next thing we want to do is to import the next one, which is transaction. And we want to import transactions from transaction. With this done, we can now go back to our terminal and involve the Python shell again. So I'm just going to copy all of this from here, copy, and I'm going to paste it. Just copy them, and you can paste it here, and then db.create all. And we have another problem. So it's saying foreign key associated with column transaction.user.id could not find table user ID with which to generate foreign key from. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and fix this small problem we have here. Okay, so I'm going to exit our Python terminal and come back to our coding environment. Let's go back to our transaction.py. And here we go. A very, very small mistake, but costly mistake, and that has cost us an error. Well, that's normal in programming. So the problem is this user underscore ID is not supposed to be underscore ID. It's user.id. That's the ID of the user, right? So that was our problem. Now we've solved it. Let's engage the Python shell back, and let's use the same command. So from app, import app db, first command. The second command is here. And the third command, if everything is successful, once we hit enter, we're supposed to have a new table created. All right, successful this time as we've solved our issues. And so if we try to run Python tables.py, we should have a new table of transaction. Exactly. Now we have this new table. The model has done its job, and we can now focus on other things outside the model. So we're done with the models for now. I can collapse these models, and it's time to go work on the routes, because that's the next thing we want to do. So take your mouse now, click on the routes, click on user, and let's go. What we want to do is to transfer money. So come to the transfer.py. I'm here now at the transfer.py, and once you're there, we can now work extensively with this code. First of all, the first thing we want to do is to change this method. So we want to add new methods, and the methods are going to be get, which is by default, and the second is going to be post, which is very much needed here. Okay, so the next thing I want you to do is to just import with me everything we'll be needing to build this transfer functionality. So you can just go ahead and import. Let's import. We'll be needing session, we'll be needing request, we'll be needing redirects. I think I usually need this for every of my functionalities. We'll be needing Flash too. Okay, we'll also be needing DB from app. So first line from app, import DB. In our line 3, we would also be needing from app.models.user. We want to import both user and transaction because we'll be working with the two, the user and the transaction. That's all we would be needing to import for now. And here in the transfer, the first thing we want to do is to ensure that only users that are logged in can access this transfer route. So except if you're logged in, you really cannot make transfers. So because of that, we'll be adding this line of code, session.get, and then user_ID. And we can use an if statement to say if user_ID, then user equal to user.query.get user ID. All right. Next, we want to come here and say if request.method is equal to post, or if request.method is equals to post, then we want to say recipient card name. Want to get the recipient card name, and we'll do that by saying the request.form, and we'll be getting the card name. Okay, the card, I'm going to use the small letter C rather than capital letter. And then we can have the same recipient card number too. And then we need the amount. So recipient card number. And we also need the amount. So I'm going to change this name to number. And the last one would be amount. And this amount would wrap it with a float. So we'll be converting the amount from the form now to a floating point number. Here I can change the name to number in the second one. And in the last one, I can change this to amount. We'll be getting this from the user. Next, we want to check if the user has sufficient balance. So before your transfer can be accepted, you must have sufficient balance. You know now, insufficient funds. Something we really don't want to hear. No more insufficient funds. So let's check if the user have sufficient funds. We can say if amount. So if the amount the user is trying to transfer is greater than the user dot balance, then we know that there's a problem somewhere. We want to flash insufficient funds. Insufficient funds. All right, and this should be a danger sign to the user. And then we want to return a redirect and want to say URL for transfer. And next, we want to say recipient, just like this. We want to create a new variable, call it recipient, should be equal to user.query dot filter by card number. The card number, and we'll get that by calling the recipient's card number dot first. So what we're saying here is if the amount the user is trying to send is greater than the user balance, we want to tell the user you have insufficient funds. Otherwise, we want to check for the recipients. And how do we get the recipients? We get the recipients by the card number. So if the card number exists, the next thing we want to do is this next line of code. So we want to say if recipients exist, so if there's recipients, then we want to do the next thing, and recipients dot full name. So we want to check for the full name of the recipients. So if the recipient's dot full name is equal to the recipient's dot card name, then we want to do some kind of things. And we want to check if the recipient is not the same as the sender. So that's one thing we want to check for, to ensure that the person receiving and the person sending are not the same person. So to do that, we can come here and say if recipients.id is equal to user.id, then at this point you know that they are the same person. So I want to flash a message and say, hey, cannot send funds to yourself. So I want to tell the guy, hey, be careful, be careful. So we flash cannot send funds to yourself. We have a danger sign here. And that should be that. Okay, so once we return a redirect URL for transfer. Fantastic. Next up, so if the recipient and the recipient's full name is not the same with the sender's name, that is, the person who is going to receive the money and the person sending, if they are not the same, and if the user has sufficient balance, and if every other thing we're checking for works out well, what is the next thing we want to do? Next thing we want to do is to update sender's balance. And how can we do that? We can say user.balance equal to minus equals amount. So we are saying user balance should be minus the amount the user wants to send should be minus or removed or subtracted out from the balance the user has. Now, as we're removing from one person, we're giving to the other. That's the whole principle and the whole essence of the transfer. So you're removing from yourself, you're giving to another. So recipient's balance is the next thing. And to do that, we want to say recipients dot balance equal to plus equals amount. So the same amount we've removed from the user is the same amount we want to give to the recipient, which means our bank is a good one. If somebody sends you 55,000, you will not go there and see 54,800. In the comments below, tell me which banks, which Nigerian banks, which African banks you know that if you send somebody 50K, the person will go and meet 49,000, 900 because the bank have collected their charges. Here we have no extra charge. So this is another reason why you should make sure you're banking with BU University full stack bank application website. All right, so the next thing we want to do is to update the database. So we want to say update the database, and we'll say db.session.commit. So all these things, we want to update them into the database. And that's it. Now, we want to do more. All right. But before we even talk about doing more, our code alone, right now, the code we have is more than enough for us to go out there and rock and start sending and receiving money. So both the recipients, both the sender, our code we have right now is more than enough to go out there and start receiving money. But I'm going to be adding more codes just so that we can have we don't come back here to this same functionality again to try to update something. So what we'll do right now is to remember, if you come to the models, I previously left here, but I want to explain something. You can see that we have this type, transaction type. We have timestamps. This is because we want to also create a transaction history later on for the user. So in as much as we're doing this sending, we want to make sure that later there's a transaction history. So to be able to do that, that's the next part of the code we want to work with right now. So we want to create this one that says transaction sender so here we have transaction, and then we have user ID would be equal to user ID. User ID would be equal to user ID. The next one would have to be the recipient's name. So recipient underscore name would be equal to recipient's dot full name, not dot card name, so dot full name. And then would have the recipient's card number. So recipient's card number would be equal to recipient's dot card number. So recipient's dot card number, just like this. And then the next one would be amount equal to amount. And then the type is going to be equal to debit. And later on, we would work with this code, this one that I just did right now. But for now, we can just have this in your mind that this is a debit. It's a debit for the person doing the transfer. So they would debit me to credit you. I'm debiting my time to credit you with this video. You can tell me thank you and show me that you appreciate by hitting the subscribe button and like this video, and definitely help us share this video to reach a larger audience. Okay, so this is going to be a debit type for the transfer, for the person who is making the transfer. What about the person receiving the transfer? So we can say transaction recipients. So I can create this one and call it transaction recipients. Just like this. And the transaction recipients, we can say is equal to transaction. So we would call this class transaction. And we can say user ID equal to recipient's ID. recipients.id, very well. And we can say recipient's name, recipients underscore name would be equal to user dot full name, because this is the recipients right now. So we can come here, I can come up above, user dot full name, and okay, we have our user ID equal to recipients.id, recipient's name equal to user.full name. I think that's fine and that's correct. The next one we can say is recipient's card number. And we can set it equal to user.card number. And we can say amount should be equal to amount 2. And then the type is going to be a credit alert. Now, a lot of people would like this. So once you see credit alert, or more, too much joy. All right. Don't you think I would have much more joy to continue to give you great content like this if I receive a credit alert? Well, if you feel like that, then you should do what your mind is telling you. Just follow your heart right now. And you can always request or donate or give me anything you feel like. And I'll be really happy with that. All right. Yes, a credit. But the biggest and smallest, easiest credit you can do for me is to credit the number of subscribers on this YouTube channel. So please hit the subscribe button and like this video and share this video. And that would go a long way to tell me thank you. That's a very big credit you can do for me. Okay. So here's the type credits right now. So I'm going to add things to the DB. So db.session.add. And this is going to be transaction sender. And I'm going to be adding something else. db.session.add. And this is going to be transaction recipients. And then we can have db.session.commit to. And that would be great. All right. What I've done just now is to implement for you and for us and for me too the functionality for sending money or sending funds to another account. Like you would think, let us go ahead and test this out. So what I'm going to do right now is to try to test this. So if this, so we want to do it like this, and then want to say, so let's go ahead and test this out. So want to say return render templates. And here we can say user/transfer.html. And here we can have user, we can pass user equal to user. And then we can say else. So I would tell you why we're having this else statements right now. I want to flash a message that says you need to be logged in first. And this would be danger to the user. All right. So let me explain what exactly is going on right here. And then before we explain that, let me just add this line of code. We want to return a redirect URL for. And this URL for should be for login. Okay, beautiful. So I can do away with this line of code. I don't need it. And that's it for now. Okay, so let me explain what exactly went on with this else statement. Now, if you see, I have collapsed everything in this if request.method post. All these functionalities about the user transfer, I've just collapsed them because I wanted to focus on this. Remember, we're saying before you open transfer, this transfer route, you want to make sure that you have the user ID. Right? So if the user ID is correct, then what you can do actually is do all of this. Now, return this template to the user. That means the user can access the transfer.html if the user ID is correct. So if that user is currently logged in. If the user is not logged in, then you want to flash this message and tell the user, hey, you must first be logged in. You must first have your user ID before you can access this page. So that's what happens here. All right, so it's practice time to test our code. And I'm going to come back to my terminal now and hit the Python run.py. Make sure your virtual environment is turned on. Make sure it's activated before you install anything you want to install and before you hit the run.py so that it works out fine for you. That being said, let's come back here now. Let's refresh our dashboard and let's just try to transfer money first to anybody. So let's put a dummy card name. Let's say testing. Let's put dummy card numbers. Any one of them. Let's put an amount like say 10,000 and let's hit pay now. And nothing happens. It just refreshes itself because at this time we've not yet created a card number or other card details for the individual. So this is not apparently not going to work for us. Now let's try something else. Let's see if we can outsmart this system. So I want us to go back now and get our own card number and our card name. Let's try to send funds to ourselves. So copy your card number and card name. So in the card name, I'm going to put my card name. And then in the card number, I'm going to put my card number. But we would be removing all of these hyphens because like I said, those hyphens don't get stored in the database. So let's hit this now and let's say 10,000. And let's try to hit pay now. And it says cannot send funds to yourself. So you see that it's actually working. And we can't send funds to ourselves. So let's go back to the dashboard now and try to send funds to another user. So I'm going to create another user somewhere else. And I'm going to just open another page and create another user. So this is our bank. This is a different user now. Let's hit the start banking and let's create another user to access our application. So let's register. I'm going to call this user another user. And then I'm going to probably use like easy legit cash 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, now I can hit create accounts. And this is my account, right? So I'm going to copy this card name and card number that we've implemented, that we've created here. I'm going to transfer money to this user. So another user, that's his card name, and I'm going to paste this. Recall, we would have to remove all hyphens. And let's send 1,000 naira as a test. Let's hit pay now. And nothing happens, but let's refresh here. And you can see another user has 51,000, right? So even as here refreshes itself very quickly, I guess we are supposed to implement a flash message that says, hey, successful or something like that. But you can see that another user now has 51,000 to himself. So here, let's do it again. Let's give another user This time we'll be giving another user like let's give another user 10,000. Of course, we'll collect it from the another user. This is his card. Okay, this is the another user's card. So that's his card number there. 5146. Let me just paste it again. Okay, so 10,000. Let's hit the pay now, and the payment is done. Very quick and very fast. Let's refresh and see what another user has. He has 61,000. So that's it. We've implemented our transfer money functionality. Very, very fast. You can see how fast our bank is transferring money. Isn't this wonderful? Just hit a pay now and it's gone. No network issues. No, oh, the money hangs. One thing, do one thing. This one, do this one, and all of that. Okay, so let's make this better. Let's make this much more beautiful. When you transfer money to someone, what's the next thing you would send to the person? A receipt, right? Or a payment info or a confirmation that you've paid. And it's lacking here because we are not getting any receipt. So we have to implement that so that the user will tell us, I did not see the money, oh, send me receipt. How did you send it? In that case, we're going to explain tire.
You're going to explain tire. You go explain because of this.
We don't want to build a full stack bank application website where users will have to explain because no evidence. So let's give them evidence by creating a payment receipt. Welcome back. It's time to implement the payment receipt for all of the transfers we do. So to do that, I'm just going to come back here I'm going to close our model. So we don't need a new model for that. We'll go to routes. We are going to come to user and we are going to go ahead now and create a file. And we are going to call this file receipt.py. So receipt, just like this, .py. So create this new Python file in your route user receipt.py. And in this receipt.py, we are going to be implementing a lot of things. So the first one we'll have is the from app import app. So let's first have our import statements. The next is from Flask import render templates. And we are going to have this send file. We're going to import this. So send file, not send from directory, send file. The next one is going to be the datetime import. So from datetime, import datetime. Next, we want to import PDF kits. And this has an S. So let's leave the PDF kit first. We want to import OS next up. And then we also want to import temp file. So OS space or a comma and then temp file 2 would be importing these two things. All right. So before we go on with the rest of the imports, there's one more thing we need to import. But first of all, we have to download something and then install something. First of all, let's go and install it. So I'm going to go back to my terminal, make sure your virtual environment is turned on. And what we have to install is pip install PDF kits. Just like this, pip install PDF kits. We'll be using this to generate the receipt templates. So pip install PDF kits and press enter. It should start installing very quickly. Once that's installed, we'll go ahead and download the next thing we have to have on our systems for this code to run well. All right, so PDF kit is installed successfully. And we can come here now and then import it. So import PDF kit to our system. We can import this in our receipts.py. Now that we've installed it, the next thing we want to do is to install, I call it WKHTML to PDF. WKHTML to PDF. We have to install it. So WKHTML to PDF. Just come to Google and search for it. HTML to PDF, because we would actually be needing this. So just hit enter and this is it. So we have to download this. So just come here, click on downloads. And you can easily download any version you want. It's very, very easy. If you're using a 64-bit system, download it for Windows. If you're using a 34-bit system, download it for Linux. So if you're using Mac, if you're using a 32-bit system, download the 32-bit system. If you're using Mac, you can click on this. If you're using Ubuntu, depending on what you're using, you can see different download options. Assume most people are using a 64-bit Windows system, so just download this. I have already downloaded it, and once you download it, this is how it should appear on your downloads folder. You can see how it looks like here after you must have successfully downloaded it. So this WKHTML to PDF, you need to download it. Just hit enter to install it. Follow the installation setup as it's going to install. So it's telling us to agree to the installment and all of this. You have to just focus on everything. Now, in this part, before you click install, I want you to copy it like this, like copy it, right? Copy it, come here, copy, and then click install throughout. And that's all. So you can hit the close folder. All right, once you have this copied, this is just one of the very numerous steps to follow. And next thing you want to do is search for paths. Search for paths, and you should see two things. Edit the system environment variables. That's not what we're looking for. The second one, edit environment variables for your accounts. This is exactly what we're looking for. So click the edit environment variables for your accounts. Now, once you see this, you should see some paths that are already in the system. Now, variables for the user. That's all we care about at this time. Variables for the user. So click on paths here where you have these variables for the user. You could ignore the system variables where you have all of this. Just click on variables for the user up above. So click on this. And what we have to do now is to add a new path. You can see I already have the path I'm showing you. But what you can do, come here, click on new, and then that thing you've copied, the location to the WKHTML to PDF, you want to paste it, click on OK. Once you click on OK, you're done with it. Since I already have one, I'm going to delete the second one. I do not need this one, so I'm going to hit delete because I already have one. In your case, do not hit delete. Once you've done that, you've successfully done everything. You can decide to restart your computer at this point before following this video, or you can decide to just follow it, and I'm going to show you the next thing you can do for you to know if you have this tool added to your path. What you can do next is to come here, search for terminal, open terminal. Once you've done that, added it to path, open your terminal. So this is our terminal open. Just paste this command, WKHTML to PDF, or type it, WKHTML to PDF like this. Hit enter. And if you see all of this lengthy information, then it means that you have successfully installed the WKHTML to PDF. Okay, but if you see an error message, then just restart your system, provided you followed all the configuration pattern so far. So once you have this in your system, you've installed it and you've downloaded the PDF kit, there's nothing stopping you from generating receipts. So let's go back to our code to generate receipts. So we've imported PDF kit, which was necessary. We've downloaded the file too, which was also necessary. Okay, the next thing we can do here is so this would help us implement receipts. Once we first have the app routes, so the first thing we'll have is a route to a site where users can download their receipts. Download receipts, and this receipt is going to have file name. So the name of the file would be in the URL of this download receipt. Let's create the function now, download receipt. It will take in as an argument the file name because that's the receipt they will be downloading. So we want to provide the receipt file for downloading here. And then we can do that by saying return send file. So this is where we use the send file now. Now it's the file name, and then it's going to be as an attachment. So download receipt is the route. The file name is going to be the attachment that's going to be sent here. So as attachments, true. We can have the next one that says at app route. And this is going to be a page to tell the users that we've successfully sent the money. So just the way it is in normal banking applications, when you make the transfer, you see a success page that tells you transfer complete. That is different from the receipt. So what we want to do now is to create the success page that tells the user transaction is complete, but it's actually different from the receipt. But from that success page, the user would be able to access the receipt. So how do we do that? It's not magic, but it's pure class from B-Wave ICT to implement that. So let's implement that together. We can say download success and then receipts. The reason why I'm also calling receipts here is because, like I said, it's from this page the user would be able to download the receipts. So here I'm saying file name, and here would have a code that would provide the user the receipt file for downloading. And here we would say return send file, and this is going to have file name, and this is going to have as attachments equal to true too. However, it seems I made a small mistake with this implementation. I think what we can have here is we can first of all create this one and call it payment. So let's re-implement this. We can call this payments, and it's going to just show the user that the transaction has been complete. Yeah, that was the first thing we wanted to implement. So we can have here return render template user / payments .html. We can have it like this, and then we can say file name equals file name. Okay, so success file name just like this. And at this point, yeah, so here's the implementation. I mixed that up. My faults, apologies. here, from when we give the user this success message that, hey, your transfer was successful, then we allow the user the option to either download the file, the receipt, or to just move on, right? So, for example, if you were sending it to your second account, you're sending money from one account to your second account, you really don't need the receipt. All you need is just an indication that the money was transferred successfully. So you get that success message here. But if you still want the receipt, then we are attaching the file name that you can download as a receipt. So the next one we want to do is to implement the app.routes success file name download. And here we can have a def download success receipts. Okay. We can have this function now to download the success receipt. And this one is also going to take in the parameter of file name. So anyhow you look at this, they are taking same parameter of file name here. Here I can and here we can say we want to provide, so yeah, we can say we want to provide the receipt file for downloading. And then we can have a return send file. So here's where we'll be using the send file, and it's going to be the file name as attachment is going to be true. Okay. So here the user would be able to download. I made a mistake in the route spelling. Please do not make the mistake with me or correct it with me too. Okay, so far we have the download receipts.file name. Then we have the payments, the success page, sort of the route to show that this payment was successful. The next thing we have in our code now is the download the success receipts. Okay, so far we've created the route to be able to download the receipts. Now, where is the receipt proper? This will take us to the next function, and this is going to be a big function. We are going to call this function generate receipt. And this is going to have receipt underscore data. And here we will define a path to an HTML template that would have the receipt. So define a path to the HTML templates file. Okay, so here we would have HTML templates path as a variable. And that path is going to be this one here. So we are going to say app/templates/user/receipts templates.html. And now we can have the next one that says read HTML contents from the separate file. And then we can have a for loop here that says with open, and we'll be opening HTML templates path. We'll be opening it in read mode. and we'll be reading it as a file. And receipt content. Receipt contents would be equal to file.read. So before I go on, let me first explain what exactly we're doing here. Remember, we installed the WK-HTML to PDF. What that does is that it converts an HTML file to PDF. Let me just explain in plain terms. This receipt template.html will be converting it to PDF, and it's this PDF that is going to give the user the receipts file. So the receipts file we're talking about is an HTML template that we've converted to PDF. That's why most of your bank application receipts are actually in PDFs. Have you noticed that? Well, that's what it's a very simple method. We are converting HTML to PDF. And once HTML is converted to PDF, then you can go ahead and create a receipt. You can go ahead and send the receipt to the person as a PDF file. So we are using the WK-HTML to do just that. And then we are using this generate receipts function to see how we can read this HTML file, convert it to PDF with our Python code. That's what this generate receipts function is doing for us. So this thing, we are just trying to read the HTML contents from these receipt.py file. We are trying to look into our receipt.html file and then read it. Okay, we can move on now, and we can go ahead to add the next line of our code, which is receipt contents would be equal to receipt contents dot format, and then receipt data. So also would be formatting at this time. Okay, so how do we plan? What exactly are we doing with this? We're simply using this code to format the HTML contents with receipt data. Then we can do something. We want to get the timestamp, the time the receipt was generated. So we want to generate a unique file name for the receipt. And I'm going to use the timestamp to do that. The timestamp was the exact time the receipt was generated. So we can say timestamp equal to datetime dot now. So that's why we imported datetime before. And then we can say dot string field time. And then we can use this format here. So %y for year dot %m, not dot, or %m for months, for dates, D for dates, H for hour, M for minutes, and S for second. And that's all. Next, we can have a new variable called file name, and we can say F, which is formatted string, and we can say receipt timestamp timestamp dot PDF. So this would be the file name of the receipt. So we can call it like this, receipt then the timestamp, then the .pdf. Next up, we can create a temporary directory. And I'm going to call this temp dir. A temporary directory means temporary folder. So we can use temp file to do that. .mkd temp. That is make temporary directory. All right. So this would create a fake temporary directory for us. And what we want to do with that fake directory or that temporary directory is to save the HTML there. So we want to save the HTML contents to a temporary file. And I can have this temp HTML, temp underscore HTML underscore path. And have this variable and say os.path.join. And then we can have temporary directory like this. And we can say temp underscore receipt .html. Next, we can say with open temp underscore HTML underscore path. And as temp file. And then here we can say temp file dot write. And then receipt contents. And lastly, we can say PDF path equal to os.path.join and then temporary directory file name. And it's time to use the PDF kits now. So change all of this to a PDF. So we can say PDF kit dot from file. And then we can add the temporary HTML path. And then we can also add the PDF path. And the last thing we want to do is to clean the temporary HTML file. And we can do that by using the os.remove temporary HTML path. And at the end of the day, the only thing we want to get returned out of this function is PDF paths. Okay, so that was quite a long implementation of the generate receipt data. But basically, we're going to have a normal receipt template, a normal HTML receipt template, and it's going to be receipt underscore templates.html. And then we are going to use the PDF kits to turn this receipt templates.html into a PDF file. And we are going to read it. And then we're going to turn these receipts now to a real receipt in PDF for the user that's going to have the user's details. And by the end of the day, would return the PDF path so that any of these functions can call the path and can give the receipt to the user. That's the general explanation and overview of this function we've just implemented. Now with this function, what we have to do is to get the receipt underscore template.html. The good thing for you is that in this template you downloaded, it is already there. So it's already there. If you go to your app now, let me reduce the size of this screen a little. So if you come here to your templates folder and you come to user and you scroll down, you would see that you have this receipts templates.html. Look at it. You have receipts templates.html. And this is exactly the template we are using here. So if we open the receipt template.html, you can see that it's a normal HTML page. It has transaction successful. It also has a couple of other pages like the sender's name, recipient's name, recipient's card number, and then the amount that was sent. So it has all of those payment details. It also has a thank you for banking with us and all of those fine files. So it's this HTML, normal regular HTML, that we're converting to PDF now as a receipt for the user. All right, now that we've implemented this receipts.py, it's not over, but it's almost over. Let's go ahead back to the transfer.py. So let's go ahead to our transfer.py. If you get stuck in writing any of the codes or you make any of these typo errors like I always do, and like you see me always post in my videos, I don't even try to edit them out because you have to know that it's part of the process to you learning and becoming a full stack pro software developer, a full stack web developer with experience. You have to encounter these errors and fix them. But the good thing is that you have this code on our GitHub page. So you can just go to our GitHub page and get this code for free. You don't have to pay anybody anything. It's not private. It's there. It's there for you, especially for you to go there and correct yourself anywhere you're stuck. If you have any questions, also reach out to us and we'll answer your question. So we have all of this code previously, before now. Now, after the db.session.add and then the commit, we want to come down now and call the generate receipts data that we've just created. And so I can come here to say generate receipts data. And we can do that by coming to our line 62 here and say receipts underscore data equal to, so we'll be creating an object now, or that will have sender's name, sender name, and is going to be user dot full underscore name, and the next one is going to be the recipient name, and that's going to be recipient dot full name, and next one is going to be the recipient card number, and this one is going to be recipient dot card number, and the next one is going to be the amount, and this is going to be amount. All right, so this would be the recipient's data. Now this data is what is in the recipient's templates.html. The sender's name, recipient's name, amount, card number, they are going to be in the recipient.html. What we need to generate the receipts though is this next line of code. So I'm going to call it receipts file name. And we are going to call the generate receipt function here. However, we cannot call the generate receipt function if we don't first go up and import it. So we have to import it. So from .receipt, we want to import generate receipt. That would make me go back to my __init.py and say from .receipt, we want to import everything. Because it's more than one function. In the .receipt, we have the download receipt, we have the payments, we have the download success receipt, we have the generate receipt. We have about 4 functions here. So instead of stressing myself going to call them one after the other, I'm just going to say import all. So back to my transfer.py. Here I have my generate receipt. And I can just come down here. And here's the receipt file name. So I can call the generate receipts function now. Generate receipts like this. I can pass in the receipt data just like this. And that should be it. Next up, after generating the receipts data, I want to return a redirect. And a URL for this function called payments that I had created in the generate receipt too, you remember. And it's going to have file name equal to receipt file name. Now, or else, if trying to generate the receipt and if trying to send the money does not work to the user, I want to flash a message that says invalid recipient card name or card number. So it's the same thing as an invalid recipient account name or account number. Then I can come put a danger sign and return a redirect URL for transfer. So if that does not work, if I'm not able to successfully send the cash to the person, I want to refresh the page after flashing a message, invalid recipient card name or card number. All right, that was the implementation of our transfer.py alongside our receipts.py. So we've implemented getting the receipts, and previously we had implemented doing the transfer. Here is the moment of truth. So I'm going to go back now to my terminal screen and check out the moment of truth. I'm going to try to run this code after all said and done, and let's see what we have. So back to our terminal, we have the transfer cash bwave. I'm going to hit the transfer cash. All right, so this is the we have to put the recipient card name and card number and the amount. So I'm going to go and guess the card name and card number again. The card name was another user. The card number was, of course, this one here. So I can say 816. Yeah, this was the card number. And let's do the amount of 10,000 again. And let's hit pay now. This is the moment of truth. Let us pay now. And we have this one. No such file or directory. Receipts _ templates.html. So why do we have this error here? Let's go and find out, because to the best of my knowledge, I think we had that file. So receipt.py in our last function, we have the path, which is app templates. Aha, so we had this small mistake, and I just talked about the typo errors, right? And I made one. So app templates, not templates. We don't have a directory called templates, but we have templates. So app/templates/user and then receipts.html. All right, so let's go back. I'm going to send another 10,000 to the user. So this is it. Let's hit pay now. At this time, I'm going to send 5,000 before my money will finish. And let's go. And here we go. It says could not build endpoint. So we have another build error. Could not build URL for endpoints. Download receipts with values, file name. Did you mean download receipts instead? And once again, it's another small typo error. Once again. So let's see where this one is coming from. Let's see where this one is coming from. Which file is this one coming from? Okay, so it's saying URL for download receipts. Okay, instead of download receipts. So I'm just going to copy this. Since it has given me a suggestion, I'm going to right click and copy it. And I'm going to go to this template. And you should not encounter issues like this. But if you encounter yours, you know where to solve it. Because I'm going to come here now, receipt templates.html, and type Ctrl F. I want to get the URL_4. So okay, payments.html. All right, this is the wrong file. The file is supposed to be in the payments.html. So let's go to the payments.html. Payments.html. Beautiful. So here in the payments.html, type Ctrl F, URL_4. And here we go. Okay, so this is what we are looking for in line 71. That's where the code is located. Download receipts, and I'm going to change this to download receipts, just like this. Okay, and after that has been done, let me send another 5,000. Everything is working fine, and let's hope that this time it works. Let's hope. And let me pay now. And here we go. We have our transaction successful. So you see this payment sent, right? This is what most of the times you get. And then you get an extra option to download the receipt. So let's click on the download receipts. Let's see if we can download these receipts now. Let's hit, and we can see that our receipt has been downloaded. Let's try to click on it. And here we go. Our payment sent. So we can see the sender test number. Let me increase the screen for you. We can see the sender test number. We can see the recipient, another user. You can see the card number or the account number here. And then you can see the amounts we sent. And it says, thank you for banking with us. If we go back now to this another user, he must be very rich by now because he has 81,000. Meanwhile, we that's doing all the sending since, let's go back and see what we have. So I'm going to click go back home, and we have 19,000 left. So here we are. That's it. Our implementation of the send transfer money was successful. Our implementation of the generates receipt was also successful. It's time for us to go and implement deposit money and then recharge, transaction history, contact support, and check exchange rate. Let me give you a pro tip. The most difficult parts are done, and from here, it's just going to be a very cheerful moment for all of us. We've been spending a lot lately, leaving us with just 19,000. Here's the balance if at some point we do not top up our balance. Well, this is exactly what we want to implement now, as we want to implement the deposit money functionality of this full stack banking application website. It's Brian Daniel from B-Wave ICT, and let's do this. So we already have our template files and everything is beautiful. Now it's time for us to implement the functionality. And where else except to come back to our workspace, our work environment, our tool, Visual Studio Code. And here we'll click on the app folder. Here you have models routes. This is routes, and routes interest us. We'll go to user now, and let's head over to the deposit.py. Okay, so in deposit.py, what we want to implement now is the functionality to allow us deposit money into our account. From line 2, I would start to import things I know we would be using here, and we would import request because we'll be working with a form. We'll also import redirect, URL for, and flash. From app, we would also import DB, and lastly, line 3 from app.models.user, we would import user, and we would also import transaction. All right, in our line 5, we'll change the methods now to both get and post. So the route of deposits will come here and say methods. Would have two methods. The first would be get, the second would be post. So get and post. This is because we'll be working with the deposit form. So what we want to do at first is to ensure that only logged in users can get access to this. So we want to retrieve the user information. And it's not just about login user. We want to make sure that each specific user, so that's why we are getting the specific user ID, not just any logged in user. So we want to say user ID equal to session.get, and then in brackets user underscore ID. So we can say if user ID, then we want to say user equal to, so we want to query the database, user.query.get, and then user underscore ID. Okay, the next thing we want to do now is to look at the form. So if request.method is equal to post, then we want to get the card number, because when we want to deposit, we'll be using the card number or the account number, and then would have request.form. And then here we can say, want to get the card underscore number. All right. We also want to get the amount. So want to know the amount. So floats request.form, and then the amounts the user wants. So amounts in brackets, and would allow the user to deposit. Next, we want to check if the card number the user enters matches with the user own card number. So if the card number matches with the user's card number. Now, what's the rationale behind that? you cannot deposit into somebody else's account. You can only send money to that person. So you deposit into your own account. That's why we're checking if the card number you're entering is your own. So if it's not your own, we say, hey, why do you want to deposit into someone else's account? You should be depositing into your own account. To do that, all we have to do is just use a simple if statement. So if card underscore number is not equal to user, so we'll be using the user dot card underscore number, then we want to go ahead and say flash, and this flash message would be invalid card number, and here we want to say danger. Next, we want to return a redirect URL for, and here let's say deposits. Beautiful. The next thing we want to do, we can do, is to update the user's balance. And to do that, we say user.balance. So we want to update the user balance by adding the amount the user has deposited. So user.balance plus equals balance, plus equals amount. So the user balance would be gotten from current user balance plus the amount the user has deposited. The next thing we want to create now is a transaction. We'll be using this later. So we want to create a credit. Since we've been working with debits in the transfer, so now is to create a credit transaction record. To create this credit transaction record, and we can come here and say transaction is equals, we can use the transaction class now, transaction, and here we can say user ID equal to user.id, and we can say the second one should be the recipient. So let me take this up a little. Second one should be the recipient's name. It should be equal to the user dot full name. And next should be the recipient. So recipient card number should be equal to user dot card underscore number. And then the last would be amount, would be equal to amount. And then the type here would be equal to credits. And then we want to add deposits. Fantastic. And next we can come here and say db.session. Want to add all of this to the session. So .add, and we're adding the transaction to the database. And now we can commit db.session.commit. Beautiful. Now, if all of this was successful after adding this to our database, we want to flash a message. So we want to flash a message. And in this flash statement, I would be using the Python popular F string. I would say successfully deposited the amount in Naira. So let's get the Naira sign quickly. I'm going to come here and just search for Naira sign. I'm going to get the Naira sign. So here's the Naira sign, and I can go back to my code So I've pasted the Naira sign there. And I can see amounts successfully deposited, the amounts in Naira. And now I would format this to a two formatted string at the end of the day. So your account, This would be a success message. So I'm going to put the tag of success. And then I can return a redirect and the URL for tag. And let's go to the dashboard. Brilliant. And then I can say return render template user /deposit.html, and I can pass in user as an argument to itself here, or else I want to flash a message that says you need to be logged in first. And here, since this is a danger message, I want to pass danger. Then I can return a render template, but not a render template this time. I can return a redirect to URL for, and this time it's going to be for login. So that means I don't need any of this, and I can remove them. Brilliant. So that's it for our deposit.py. Just to do a recap of what we've done. First of all, we're getting the user ID. So we want to know which particular user, and we're going to get it from session. If the user is logged in, if he's in a session, we want to get it from there. Next, if we are successful, we have this if statement. So we are using the request.post because if you go back here, you would see that the deposit whole thing is about a form. So you fill this form, you click on add cash, and if you're successful, when you click on add cash, it looks for your card number and the amount you want. So if the card number you entered is equal to your own card number, fine. But if it's not equal to your card number, it's going to tell you invalid card number, please deposit. Now, if it's equal to your card number, then we want to update the user's balance by saying the user balance plus the current amount he's trying to add. So that would be the total user balance at the end of the day. Next, after updating the user balance, we want to create a transaction record. We want to tell our database that another transaction has taken place, but this time it's a deposit transaction. And that's why we have this type, credit, but a deposit. And then it's going to take the user ID, recipient's name, recipient card number, and amounts. The last thing we want to do here is to add this transaction to the database, commit it, and then flash to the user that, hey, your deposit was successful. Return a redirect to the dashboard where the user can see his updated balance. And at this time, that's all. But if the user is not logged in, then all of those things will not happen. Instead, this condition would come and it says you have to be logged in first. That said, let's go back to our terminal to ensure our code is still running. Let's hit Python run.py. I've just done that, and let's go back here, refresh our screen. And if everything we've done makes sense, this should work. So let's go and get our deposits. We've been spending a lot, so I want to make sure that I deposit at least 40,000 to this account. So I'm going to click on deposit, and let's put my card number. Remember, we don't need all the hyphens, neither do we need space. And next up, we want to say 40,000. Add cash. And once again, it's happening. User has no attributes, user ID. So I keep making this mistake. User ID, user ID, user ID. Let's go and see where this problem is coming from. So yeah, where we wanted to create the transaction DB, I believe that was a typo mistake from my end. And here we are. So user ID, it's not supposed to be user ID, it's user.id. All right, that has been solved. Python terminal is still loading and loading fine. And let's go back and try to add cash again. And it's successful. So successfully deposited 40,000 into your account. And now we have 59,000. You see, givers never lack. One thing you can give me is the like to this video. You can also give me your comment and subscribe. If you decide to make it more and deposit cash into my account, you're very much welcome to do so. All of us at BWICT surely appreciate that. That was it for our deposit functionality. We've been able to implement transfer money, deposit money, and the receipts part of things. It's time for us to implement the next part, which is the recharge. If there's one thing many users actually appreciate, how does the idea of getting a discount every time you recharge from your bank sound to you? That's exactly what we're about to implement. So let's go ahead and implement that. Already we have our HTML and CSS templates for that, and you get a 10% discount from every recharge. Doesn't that sound nice? Well, the bad part about this is that this application we're making is not an application where you come and store your real money. Please, you will not come here and store your real money here. That's the bad part about it. I'm so sorry, but this is a simulation. All right, so it's time for us to go ahead and implement the purchase airtime part of this code. So we'll come here to the user folder, your route, your user, and this time what we are looking at would be the recharge.py. So recharge.py is of interest to us. And just like before, what we'd be doing is change the methods now. So we would have methods such as get and post. So get is already there, get. So the next one we want to have is post. So here, post. And with that, that's all. Render templates. Let's import something. So we'll be importing session. I need that. We'll also be importing redirect. I need that. We'll also be importing request. I need that. We'll also be importing flash. I think we need that. So URL for. We'll also need that. Next, would be having from app.models.user. We want to import both user and transaction because we'll be needing the two. So that's been said. I think that's all we need. And up above, let's import DB because we would also need it. Okay, so what we can do here is what we've been doing every other place. Let me just go to the deposit.py and type it. So we want to get all of these first of all. This is the first thing that we want to get. So copy and then come to the recharge.py and then paste it what we've copied. Okay, so here we want to get the user ID. Then next line of code is if request.method is equal to post, which it is. We want to get the amounts now. We don't need card number. We only need the amounts. And so we want to get the amount equal to floats request.form And here we would be calling the amount because we need that. All right. So the next thing we want to do is to just get the amounts the user wants. And let's do calculate the discount amounts. The discount amounts. So would be giving the user 10% off of every recharge. That means if the user buys a card worth 10,000 naira, the user is just going to pay 9,000 naira. 1,000 naira is free. That's a whole lot. Other things that are a whole lot is me taking this time to make sure that you understand this video. If you are enjoying it, please do not fail to tell me thank you, tell us thank you as BWave ICT by liking this video and commenting. We really do appreciate. You've also done a whole lot to sit down here, watch this video and practice just to make sure you become a pro software developer and you can build any software. The skills you're learning are fundamental: Python, MySQL, Python, MySQL, HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, how to code, correct coding structure, how to use different things, Flask, what have you. You're really doing well and you deserve this. All right, it's time to continue now. So we want to have the discounts, and we set the discount to be amounts times 0.1%, and that is 10%. So what we want to do is amounts, total amount equal to amounts minus discounts. So let's do a quick walk of how it works. So this is the total amount the person has should be set to the amount the person requested for. So if he asks for a card of 10,000, for example, and then the discount is 0.1% off, that is 10% off. So the amount, which is 10,000 minus the discount, which is 1,000, the total amount will now be 9,000. So it's the total amount would be collecting from the user's balance to give the user the card. So we want to check if the user has sufficient balance. And to do that, we can say if total amount, so total underscore amount is greater than user.balance, then we can complain and flash a message to the user, and that message can say insufficient balance or insufficient funds, and then we can put the category as danger. We can also return a redirect straight up and a URL for to the user and say recharge. Well, if that is not the case, then we want to update the user's balance. So update the user's balance. And to do that, we can say user.balance minus equals total amount. Next, we want to update the database, and we can say db.session.commit. And the next thing we want to do is to create a new transaction for this recharge. So we can say transaction would be equals transaction, and here we can pass in values equal to user ID would be equal to user.id, and recipient's name, so recipient's underscore name would be equal to user dot full underscore name, and then the recipient card number would be equal to user dot card number, and then the amount would be equal to total amount, and then the type would be equal to debits. And this is going to be, so this is debits, airtime, purchase. So this is going to be a debit transaction, but it's going to be for airtime. And then we can say db.session.add. So we add this transaction. And then db.session.commit to db.session.commit. And then we can return a render template. And we have the user recharge.html. But we'll not be returning recharge.html. Instead, we'll be returning recharge success.html. And then the amount is going to be equal to total amount. So we'll be passing these parameters to the sources page. And then we'll also be passing discounts equal to discounts. Beautiful. And after this, we can return the user passing this ID here, user. So let me work with this, user equal to user. So we can say else okay, we can have this like this and say else we want to flash. You need to log in first and all of that. So I'm just going to copy it rather than type it out again. I can just copy it like this. Recharge.py, so I can copy and paste. Flash, you need to be logged in first and then the URL for login. All right, I'll come back to my terminal, rerun Python run.py, and if I did not make any silly typo errors again, if we run this, this is supposed to work. So I'm going to put the recipient's mobile number and I'm going to put BWave City WhatsApp number where you could send us a message, +23481 481 856 and 91. Let's put the amount. So I'll be getting a card of 10,000 naira. And let's hit the purchase airtime. Here is the moment of truth. And everything works out successfully. We get this fine thank you page. Amount charged 9,000 naira. Discount of 1,000 naira off. Fantastic. So you could also tell us thank you by gifting us airtime, can't you? But one thing you can surely do, and we know you would surely do, is to give us your like, give us your subscription, and give us your comment. All right, so 9,000 naira out of our balance, and our balance is back to the default value, which is 50,000 naira. We've been making a lot of waves and doing a lot of things. How about you want to check all your transactions for this period? We've done a whole lot of transactions here. That's what we'll be implementing next. See you after this short break. Right now, from our dashboard, if you look at our transaction history, if we click to this route, you can see that we do not have any history whatsoever. Although we have things like transaction type, transaction date, amount, and account, but we do not have any history whatsoever. And that is because we are yet to implement the functionalities behind the transaction history. So what we are going to do here is to implement this functionality right now and right here. We can go back simply to our folder on VS Code, and we can click on the app, come here to your routes, user as usual, and we have to go to the transaction history.py. So yes, we would be doing our implementation first off, and all you can simply do is to start adding things. So of course there are some things we'll need. For example, we would need the session, we will need the redirect, we'll need the flash, we'll need the URL for tag. Okay, those are what we'll need. And then the next line 3 would, from models dot user, we would have to import user and transaction. Fair enough. And here you already know we first get the user ID from session. So we say user underscore ID equal to session dot get, and then we pass in user underscore ID. Next up, we can have our if statement. So we can come down and say if user ID. So if we get the user ID, then we want to say user equal to user, and then the if user ID will be like this, definitely. So, oh, sorry, indentation errors. So if user ID, yeah, we can then say user equal to user dot query dot get, and then pass in user underscore ID in it. Next, we can come down here and create a new variable and call this transactions rather, and then say transaction. So we'll be calling this transaction here that we have. So transaction dot query here dot filter by filter underscore by, and then user. So user in here inside the brackets, we can pass in user ID, filter by user ID equal to user ID, just like this. And then out of it, say dot order by. So we can order by transaction. So calling the transaction dot timestamp. That is the exact time this was done. Timestamp dot descending, DESC. And then end this bracket. So we come here and say dot all. So we'll be getting all of them. Let's do a quick explanation of the code we've just written. Dot all, we'll be getting all the transactions, but we'll filter by the user ID. So we get the particular user who did the transaction. Now, all the transaction this user has done, would get them, fine, but with the timestamp in a descending order. So what it means is that the first shall be the last and the last shall be the first. The last transaction done will be the first to appear. The first transaction done would be the last. So the last transaction done will be the first to appear. The first transaction done will be the last to appear. That's it, basically. So once that is done, we can come here and hit the return render templates, because that would be all for our code. So return render templates, we can say user equal slash transactions, transaction history rather, history.html. And in here, we can say user equal to user, and we can pass transaction equal to transactions. Beautiful. So transaction history.html, pass it to itself, and then we can have an else statement. So else flash, you need to log in first. And this is going to be a danger category. And then we can return a redirect. Return redirect. So redirect. And then in here, URL for URL underscore for, just like this, and we can pass in login. All right, that means we actually do not need this one, and I can remove it. So here, okay, so transactions. Now let's be careful with our spelling. Transactions. So transactions. We have to actually get that spelling correctly. Transactions. Fantastic. So we have transactions here as our spelling, which would also match with what we have in our variable here, transactions. If everything we've done is correct, if everything we've done is good according to the compiler, we check our code, it's up and running. Let's go ahead and refresh this page. And here we go. So we see all the transaction history. All those transaction history we've been creating, where I told you we would use them later. Well, this is the use now. We have our transaction history up here. We have it for us. We have everything we need up and running. And certainly, this one too has come and passed. So you can see the various accounts. You can see the timestamp. So you can see the exact time these things were done. This one was done 16/23. This one was done 18/35, 2023, December 21st. You can see all of those history. So just like in your regular bank app where you see your transaction history, this one too has transaction history. You could also change it. You could turn this page to mobile view and it would still be responsive enough to give you the mobile view. So this is our fantastic full stack banking application. And so far so good. We have so many things ticked. So let's look at them.
All right, transaction history, checked. So let's count how many things we have checked. Transfer money, checked. Deposit money, checked. Recharge, checked. Generate receipt, checked. Transaction history, checked. Since we are checking everything, let us check exchange rate. I'll see you after you subscribe to this channel and like this video and give us your comments.
In website development, in coding, in software engineering, in programming, one very important thing you have to know is how to start small and continue to grow. One of the problems I've seen most beginners have when learning how to code or when building websites is that they want to do everything at once. They want to wow everybody in their first try. Life does not work the way it works in your head. So basically, you have to start small. Everything you're doing, you must know how to get an MVP. You must know what is acceptable at this stage and then continue to improve on it. So here we are not just building a full stack bank application website. All of that is fantastic, but here I am also teaching you how to grow and succeed as a website developer, how to succeed as a full stack software engineer, as a full stack developer, how to succeed in your tech journey. And how to succeed is by starting small. So in this next feature we are about to implement, we are going to start small and then I'll show you how to grow. And that is the check exchange rate. So in this check exchange rate functionality we are going to implement, I'm going to show you how we can start small and continue to grow. And how do we do that? We're just going to come here to the app. So come to your app folder, come to your routes, and then come to your exchange.py. Once you click on your exchange.py, this is exactly what we'll be working with right now. So in our exchange.py, we want to work with starting small and then continuing to grow. Let's see how we implement that right here, right now. So the first thing we'll have, all of those whole functionalities from the recharge.py, for example, like this else statement, all of these whole if request.method is post, user ID. So I'm just going to copy them, come here to your exchange.py, and we are going to paste them here. So we want to check the user ID session, and then we'll need to add things. So I'm going to add session request. we don't really need the request, but we need redirect. So we need flash. We need the URL for tag. Yeah, and then we also need to, from app.models.user, we need to import user. So import user. Okay, so I don't need this request.method, so I would leave this out of the picture. All right, so the first thing is to retrieve the user ID, and then if we get the user ID successfully, we go ahead and build. But here, what we'll be building would be a very, very simple thing. And this is exactly what we'll be building, soon.html, and pass user here equal to user. All right, so yeah, I can paste it like this, and we can say else, and I can have those normal else templates, probably from the recharge.py, and just scroll down. We can have our else here from this and paste it here too. All right, so I can remove all of this. Fantastic. What just happened here? I have a template called soon.html. And here, not too much functionalities. I only said if the user ID is in session, show this user this template. So what's in that template? There's only one way to find out, and let's go ahead and find out. So back to our code, let's hit the check exchange rate functionality.
And we get this beautiful looking page that says feature would be out soon. This is something that you have to get used to. Building an MVP and building something that's a coming soon page. Not all the features would be out on production of any website, any app, especially when it's really, really advanced. So one thing you can do is put a coming soon page so that you can give yourself time to implement the features you want to implement. Doesn't this sound like a good idea? Well, this is something new that you've learned, so go ahead, implement it. Don't be in a hurry to implement all the pages at once. Take your time, implement coming soon pages, and ask users to wait. And so this is exactly what we'll be doing for the exchange rate. So let's check how many features we've implemented. Transfer money, checked. Deposit money, checked. Recharge, checked. Transaction history, checked. Check exchange rate, checked. And what's the last one?
Well, find out after this break. And this is how we come to the end of this full stack bank application website. I hope you did enjoy this project as much as we did. If you have any questions, comments, or contributions, please feel free to ask in the comment section, and we will do our best to answer every question we encounter. We've used Python, Flask, MySQL, and several other technologies to make sure that building this project is a success. And until we meet again with another interesting and enticing project, from me and the entire BUA ICT team, it's a goodbye from us.